1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Questo è l'inglese. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Si parla di anthropogenic fire. Pronto? Pronto? Ok, grazie. We would like to apologize, but there are no microphones. There are no microphones. There are no microphones. Well, we are here in the European Pavilion to organize the week, the Sahel West Africa week. I would like Mr. von der Rava would like to introduce the meeting. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My role is very simple today. I would like to welcome all of you. I would like to welcome all of you here in the European Union Pavilion at the Milan Expo 2015. So This is the last week of the Expo. This was a 6-month-long adventure. And this is the pavilion of all Europeans, especially of the European institutions, not only the Commission, but the European Parliament and all the other institutions which participated in the activities of this pavilion. Here we represented the EU member countries, and so there are, well, all the European Union member countries, in addition to all the other countries of the world. But there are also European Union member countries that do not have a pavilion here. We participated in the Expo with 3 major objectives. One major communication objective, because the European Union is not extremely popular now. This is the reason why we have chosen to speak to young people. In fact, on the ground floor, there is an exhibition for visitors, especially targeted to children. It is a cartoon with characters. There are 2 main characters, Alex, who is a farmer, and Sylvia, who is a researcher. The message we would like to convey to the visitors is that putting together agriculture, which represents the values of the European Union and tradition, with research, science, and innovation, we provide our contribution to the major challenges which have been presented by the Expo in Milan, linked to food security, which is the theme of your seminar today. So if we put together agriculture and science, we can provide a contribution to the challenge of feeding the planet in the next decades, with all the different challenges we have to meet. We've had almost 600,000 visitors to this pavilion. Most of them are young people, and we hope that we have been able not so much to target their minds, but especially their hearts and their emotions. So this afternoon, if you want to, at the end of the seminar, you will have the opportunity to visit this exhibition. And then the second pillar of our activities is linked to the scientific aspects. In fact, the participation of the European Union is coordinated by the Joint Research Center, which is the scientific tool of the European Commission to develop research programs underlying all European programs. This center is based in Brussels, but the main site employing 2,000 researchers is in Ispra in Italy, not very far away from here. So the center coordinated the activities of the European Union here, and especially the scientific program based on 240 events, and your event is one of them. This is the reason why we're very happy to welcome you here, and I hope that your contribution to the scientific program will be extremely relevant and in line with all the other events which we organized here. We had the visit and the participation of many European Union commissioners, of many European members of parliament, national and international institutions, authorities. So we welcomed here many heads of state and government. So the results of this scientific program is our contribution to the political institutional legacy of the Milan Expo, and I hope that this will feed the debate in the next few years in terms of the challenges we have to meet in terms of food. And the third pillar of our activities is based on enterprises. We organize business meetings, business-to-business meetings between agro farmers from the European Union and other businesses from other regions of the world. We did so with China, Japan, Latin America, the United States, but also the region of the Mediterranean and sub-Saharan Africa. Within this framework, together with the collaboration of local authorities representing enterprises such as chambers of commerce, we organized more than 5,000 meetings during the 6 months of the Expo. So this is a very synthetic and succinct presentation to make you understand the framework in which we are working. You are welcome to visit our exhibition on the ground floor. It is also entertaining for everybody. And especially my task today is to wish you a very successful conference. Thank you very much for your presence and good work. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director, for your encouragement and for the kind welcome to this pavilion. And Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Executive Director, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the dear friends of the Sahel and West Africa Club, I'm very happy to moderate this forum, which opens 5 busy days of work and discussion to the service of our common cause, Sahel and West Africa. I'm very happy to see many of you back here and people I meet on a regular basis. I'm also happy to introduce this forum, and I'm sure that it's going to be very successful. We are here within the Milan Expo in the European Pavilion. I would like to reiterate my gratitude to the European commissioners, and we are going to talk about the theme of the 2015 Milan Expo, which is Feeding the Planet and Energy for Life within the framework of West Africa. So we are discussing this particular theme with the perspective of West Africa. This is the opportunity for this region and for its partners to present the results they have obtained and innovative policies to improve nutritional and food security in West Africa. This week is organized in 3 different parts in order to reach zero hunger objective, and there will be the consultation of the civil society and of the NGOs, the Global Alliance for Sahel and West Africa Resilience, and also a 3rd chapter. So the meetings of the network for the prevention of food crisis and the group of experts. So this forum of today and tomorrow will focus on major changes which have an impact, which will impact on the food economy of the region, especially population, urbanization, and climate change. The first session of this forum will be focused on urbanization and structural changes coming from urbanization. And for example, the increase by 25 times of urban areas and the increasing number of large urban areas call for adaptation of farming and a strengthening of links between rural areas and urban areas, and also having well-functioning markets and very well-connected if we wanted to reduce the periods of scarcity. And then we are going to focus on climate change and what is happening in West Africa in particular. For example, variability and uncertainties And for example, this session will focus on the particular features of West Africa and the resilience challenges. And then the second day will be the opportunity to discuss certain innovative approaches to development and food security. We have to insist on the need to have an overall approach, a global and integrated approach to food security, and the role of networks. But we're going to talk about cross-border cooperation and decentralized cooperation. This will be the subject of the third session, which will take place tomorrow morning, co-moderated by a great friend of ours from this club. But he is going to leave the role of a specific expert in this field. And he was one of the main actors of our debate. I would like to thank him. And then the fourth and last session will, in particular, focus on the role of women in the field of resilience and the current policies and actions to strengthen the capacity of women and their access to rights and their access to decision making on an equal basis. This session will feature different presentations from leading women in the region. All these contributions and discussions will feed the other events of the week, especially the meeting of the Global Alliance for Resilience, which will take place on Friday. Our forum could not have been organized without you. We have a challenge because we are going to give the floor to different interlocutors on different themes. We have to show that those who work in other regions, the people here, and those who are listening to us in streaming, we have to give them an idea of a wide range of practices, experiences, and discussions. That is why we need an interactive discussion, and we have to stick to the time allotted to us, and also both for speakers and discussants. So we have to allow everybody to speak and exchange their ideas, and then we will be able to also to have informal discussions. And after the formal meetings, there will be an opportunity to exchange ideas. I would like to thank Mr. Bassar, the director of the secretariat of this club, and his team. They worked so hard to organize this meeting, and this is a major feat because Mr. Broussard had to contribute to the organization and the cultural content which took place on October the 22nd at the OECD. And I would like to thank Mr. Broussard, and I would like to thank all of you for your kind attention.
Sorry about the mic. I would like to invite the moderator, Monsieur Jean-Pierre Longmessy, to sit on the table, and the first speaker, Mr. Stats, Mr. Hamadou, and Mr. Herrings. If you need the discussion are going to be in English or in French. If you need headphones, just go outside. All the headphones are available, and we will have them if required. What is more, the spirit of the forum, we would like to have to be considered a discussion and exchange opportunity. We just decided to have 7-minute presentations followed by discussion, and 1 hour minimum, free discussion, and you will take the floor whenever required.
Je suppose qu'on est dans les temps.
We are in time, I think. I would like, on my side, to thank the director of the European Pavilion, and the representative just speaking before me, he just encouragingly gave our direction to follow. The panel here that is going to be organized right now is just going to deal with urbanization and its role in the structural changes of the food system, mainly in the West Africa. There are 3 contributions forecast. First of all, by Mr. Philip Herrings, a senior economist of the CSO LCDU secretary. And then we will give the floor to Sani Hamadou, Director of Agriculture of the AUMEOA. And then finally to Professor John Stutz from the Michigan State University. 30 minutes available for the entire presentations, and therefore please stick to the defined time allocated to you. As to allow a short debate afterwards. I just give the floor to Mr. Hendricks. Are you going to speak about the urbanization, agriculture? What can you tell us?
Monsieur le présentateur, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to see you all here. So I will talk in the following minutes about the urbanization dynamics and population dynamics that have shaped West Africa over the past 60 years. How these have been a main driver of the transformation in agriculture and in rural economies, and what this implies for policy making and for looking at these dynamics. So I'm going to start off by presenting some macro data on these population dynamics. So over the last 60 years, from 1950, the total population of West Africa increased by a factor of 4, from around 70 million to 320 million today. At the same time, the rural population increased by a factor of close to 3, from 67 to 180 million. And the urban population increased by a factor of 30, from around 5 million to 130 today. So already here we get a feeling that one of the most spectacular manifestations of these population dynamics over the past 6 years has been urbanization. However, looking at this macro data, or saying that the level of urbanization increased from 8 to 42%, does not really reveal the spectacular transformation that occurred and that are related to population dynamics, namely the movement of people and the concentration of people. So therefore, looking and mapping actually what happened to the urban network is more revealing. In 1950, the region counted around 150 urban agglomerations. By 1980, it had 800, and over the past 30 years, it added another 1,200 urban agglomerations. So this is actually what it looks like when a region adds every 10 years, or over the past 10 years, 50 million more urban people. So this is slightly less than the total population of Italy, or more than the population of California. What you also see on this map, and what often gets forgotten, is that urbanization does affect all cities, not only the capitals and the large metropolises, but also small and medium-sized cities. So you have a network of urban agglomerations that has actually developed in the region. So, but at the same time, rural population settlement also changed. As I said at the beginning, contrary to often the rural exodus metaphor, rural population also increased from 67 to 180 million people, and it concentrated more, so density increased in certain areas and much less in others. So there's a larger heterogeneity between rural areas. So what you see here is the two highest density areas, above 51 people per square kilometer. These two categories account for 60% of the total rural population, but only for 20% of the land area. So also in rural areas, you had a concentration. And this shows that this concentration was closely related to the urbanization of the region. So what happened is that rural people and urban people actually moved closer together. And this is because the advantages of being close to urban areas, to markets, being close to information, being close to labor and to imports, continue to outweigh the disadvantages of density. So today you have almost, like, as I said before, you have 80% of the high density areas which are in an urban catchment area of the region. The areas close to these urban markets, the rural areas close to these urban markets, are also the rural areas that have most transformed already. This is where the transformation of agricultural production systems advanced the most, and this is also local economies that are more diversified. Looking at this transformation of these areas can also be done by looking at employment shares of people living in these areas. And we see that today we estimate that 25% of the rural population in West Africa is no longer engaged in agriculture. So this also underlines these transformations taking place in the region. From there, we can then look to what happens to agriculture with the development of markets. So today we have roughly 50% of the population which are net food consumers and 50% which are still producers. But both of them are consuming on the market. They buy food on the market. They buy different products. They buy processed products. And this is important for us to keep in mind. And it also shows that the food economy has grown spectacularly. So we estimate from these figures that the food traded on the regional market today is 120 US billion. So this figure is certainly spectacular already in terms of size, but also the past performance, what happened over the last decades. And it also is revealing of the challenges which we should keep in mind, because trading 120 billion worth of food products demands infrastructure, hard infrastructure, it demands roads, it demands warehouses, it demands marketplaces. It also demands soft infrastructure in terms of financing, of trade facilitation. And these are all aspects that we have to keep in mind when talking about agriculture today in West Africa and how these dynamics are linked to urbanization and to market. And I think my colleagues in the following presentations are going to talk more about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you to comply with the tight schedule. Now the floor to Mr. Hamadou on the market role on the food security.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. After what said Mr. Eric, which talked about the main changes that take place in West Africa, I would like now to show you the impact that this had, especially on the role of the markets in the food supply of the populations. Now, we start from this graph in two parts. We have on the left-hand side, this is an example of the Ivory Coast on the basis of three key indicators. The first indicator is the share of a local population with respect to total population. And you see in 1993, and you see the percentage in 2002 and 2008. The second indicator is the share of non-agricultural population versus total population. And you see that there is a growing number of people who no longer live on agriculture. And you see the food expenses of the households. And you see the increase that we had. So this is a general situation. And the second part of the graph shows you the example of Burkina Faso in 2003, Mali of 2006, Senegal in 2002, and all the different cases. You see that the share of purchase of the market accounts for a very high percentage of West African households. So what are the implications that this has at the level of the markets and of agricultural products? And you see that there are large areas of consumption, Lagos, Benin, Abidjan. These are the major centers of maize consumption. So starting from subsistence farming towards other kinds of approaches. For example, you see that between 1980 and 2007, there was marketed surplus from 0.6 million tons to 4.8 million tons for maize. And you see the share of maize as a staple food, for example, from subsistence product to cash crop. And you see the supply to these major consumption centers and also the movement of the population leaving the production areas towards the large consumption markets, both south and north. And this is true also for animals. And you see what is happening from the internal part of the region towards the boundaries where the large consumption centers are. And you see this, there are some major obstacles. And among these obstacles, for example, and there are abnormal practices which take place. And we see that there is a slowing down of transit with higher transaction costs. And this has a major impact on the increase in food prices. So what are the implications for policies in the short term? It is absolutely imperative to eliminate these quantitative restrictions in terms of non-tariff barriers. It is also possible to have secure corridors and boundaries. It is very important to protect West African markets against dumping in order to allow regional producers to earn from their products. And then in the long term, it is absolutely important to strengthen the production apparatus of the agricultural sector, to strengthen food supply by creating reliable information systems and existing stocks. So the strengthening of the markets and the rehabilitation, construction of infrastructures, so transport infrastructure and storage infrastructures. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Bravo alors.
Well, thank you very much. Professor John Stada, I will give you the floor.
Monsieur le Président, My presentation is going to be based not only on the work that Philippe has talked about, but also a very recent study that FAO, ECOWAS, and the African Development Bank has just published that's noted in the one-pager that I prepared. And part of that study focuses on this transformation of the diet from something like you see on the left, millet-based diet, to a much more diversified urban diet, and the impact that urbanization has on that. In terms of the key drivers, Philippe has already talked very much about this rapid growth of urbanization. It varies by country, as you can see on the graph, but the projections are that by 2050, nearly 2/3 of the West African population will live in urban areas. And those are not only, as he mentioned, coastal metropolises, but these secondary cities that often serve as the interface between the rural and urban areas, not only in terms of flow from rural areas to urban, but food habits back to rural areas. Another important factor has been the rise of the middle class, which now totals about 70 million people in West Africa. Who are demanding a more diversified diet, but you still have 3/4 of the population that is living on less than $2 a day. What that implies is that populations are still spending a very high proportion of their income on food, ranging from about 39% in Côte d'Ivoire to nearly 2/3 in Nigeria, and that has some important implications for price policy. But whether they're rich or poor, nearly everybody in urban areas are time poor, so they need convenient foods. And we've also witnessed the globalization of food habits spreading from around the world to West Africa. If we think about key elements of urban demand for food, number one seems to be the demand for convenience. In the club, since the 1980s, there's been discussion of increasing wheat and rice consumption, a lot of that attributed to the convenience of those, but it goes much further than that. There's an increase in demand for processed staples. You see in the table the range of income or of percent of purchases of maize as an example, from processed to unprocessed. Going from most of it being unprocessed in lower income countries like Mali and Niger, but still an impact of urbanization, to places like Côte d'Ivoire, where almost all of the maize is purchased in urban areas as processed. So big demand for convenience and foods prepared away from home and foods eaten away from home, a demand for convenient locations to buy food, and a diversification not only amongst staples, things like cassava being consumed more in the Sahel, but towards many more perishable goods, fruits, vegetables, and so on. The middle class has increasing concerns about diet quality, food safety, nutrition quality, but because of the large number of the poor, cost of food remains a key concern for many consumers and, of course, for policymakers. Where is demand growing fastest? It's growing fastest for foods that are convenient, perishable, and value-added. So it's not just a rice and wheat story. The table there shows what are called income elasticities of demand for different types of foods. Elasticity simply measures how quickly the demand for a food increases as incomes go up. So if you have an elasticity, say, of 1.5, it means for every 1% of income growth, the demand for that product goes up 1.5% faster than income growth. So what I've done here is just take, for the countries we have data, the 7 fastest growing foods. And you see the number one is food outside the home. And then you have dairy products, beverages, and so on. Wheat shows up. Rice is a bit lower. I think it's about number 9. So you see this implies very fast growth for these. And what's striking is if you look at this in rural areas, you see a similar pattern, but it's even faster. Rural diets are catching up with the urban diet. And what this implies, as Philippe mentioned, is a potentially explosive growth for the demand for services off the farm, marketing, transformation, and so on. How has the food system responded? It's been a mixed pattern with slower growth for these higher value foods, with the exception of rice and cassava, to a certain extent maize, but if you look at the most recent data, and these are heavily influenced by the impact of Nigeria, which accounts for about half production, is very slow and sometimes negative growth in these higher value products of meat, animal products, fruits, and vegetables. In terms of agro-processing, you see a largely dualistic structure, with the largest and most successful and the dynamic agro-processors in West Africa relying primarily on imported inputs: wheat, dried milk, fruit juice in concentrate, and so on, primarily because they cannot get reliable quantities of local produce at the time they want it, in the quantities they want it. And we have a growth of small and medium enterprises, some of which have responded quite well, and we'll have some examples of those, I think, today, but many which have variable quality, and this is turning some of the richer consumers more towards imports. In terms of retail marketing, there's been a proliferation of different kinds of retail formats and fast food formats, some growth of supermarkets, but the traditional markets, as you see here, continue to dominate, and they really need upgrading in terms of facilities, food safety, and so on. And we've also seen a transformation of diets, which has led to concerns about what's called the double burden of malnutrition, where we're talking not only about undernutrition, but overnutrition, particularly among women, but increasingly among children, and the associated diseases that come with that, such as diabetes. So what does this imply for policy? There are a few challenges. One is how to effectively link West African producers to the changing demand. Establishing various forms of contracting with farmers to these agro-processors and retailers is critical, but how to do this in a way that includes smallholders and doesn't just move to the large holders, that's a critical question. There's a big potential for job growth in these non-farming parts of the food system. But to really capture that, the educational and training systems need to develop the skills that are needed, and that's a big transformation. To give one example, my university has an entire school of packaging, and I don't know any West African university that even has courses in food packaging. Is there a policy mismatch? If we look at CAADP ECOWAP, it's primarily focused on farm and farmer organizations. There are marketing components of it, but in terms of budget allocation, it's primarily back at the farm level. And the investment in it also is strongly oriented towards cereals, although you have these other areas that are growing quickly. So in terms of food system innovations, conceptually, they need to start with consumer demand and figure out what's needed. And finally, there's a need to, two more points. There's a need to go beyond the mandate of traditional ministries of agriculture, because food now involves environment, involves trade, it involves health, and so on. ECOWAS and certain countries like Ghana have made some progress in this coordination, but more is needed. Finally, given the high amount of income that is spent on food, having a high price policy to try to induce greater production is likely to be politically unpalatable. We've seen the protests about la vie chère, and the alternative is, and I think the only alternative, is to increase productivity throughout the food system that allows you to drive down costs while still maintaining profitability throughout the food system. So, thank you very much.
Tranquilla, tranquilla.
Conclude from these very compelling communications. But what comes in my mind is a study that the Club du Sahel has produced a few years ago on long-term perspective studies of West Africa, or TPS. And in this study, it concentrated at that time on agriculture and the movement of people and urbanization, less on food systems. And what I'm learning here is that the over-concentration on agriculture, ignoring the food system, should become an issue. And your last sentence, going beyond the Minister of Agriculture, is even more compelling. So we asked some of the people in the room to tell us what are the gathering or the thoughts around what was raised in this. And maybe I will first ask a member of the club, Alan, to tell us what struck you in this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Director. The previous speakers highlighted the change that have been and are still transforming the food economy of the region, the food system of the region. We must take stock of this transformation. If the challenge is to meet the future growing demand, then we've got to ask the question, what is this demand going to look like in 5, in 20, in 30 years? Well, I don't know, but I do know certain things. If I look at the current food consumption patterns, I can see that food consumers' habits are changing, and are changing very quickly. If I had to just give one figure to illustrate this change, I would highlight that today, processed foods represent a minimum of 39% of food consumption. That means that households spend 39% of the food budget on processed food. And we can expect that this share is going to grow with urbanization, to grow with development, to grow with globalization, both in urban and in rural areas alike. So now we should ask ourselves some question whether these food products come from the region. How is the regional food processing sector doing? How are the regional downstream segments of the food value chain doing? Are they facing constraints? What constraints? What does it mean for the agricultural and rural development? What does it mean for policy, for the public policy? Thank you.
Interesting questions. And maybe we'll ask Madame Simone Zundi, who is in this business, to tell us or to try and respond to these questions. What is the transformation sector on agriculture looks like today in Burkina Faso? What is your experience can bring to us in response to the question raised?
S'agissant de notre expérience,
Since we have seen that since our independence, the sector of the strengthening of value has not taken place, and farms have just remained as pioneers in the field of processing. So today, the leitmotif is to be organized in order to provide a contribution to food security and nutritional security, which goes through the strengthening of our local resources. So I believe that the actions today to ensure food security and to reach the Millennium Goals to fight against hunger and malnutrition throughout Africa goes through the strengthening of the value of food and processing. And I believe that all countries, especially the target group, that is women, should actually be implemented. This calls the attention of all regional institutions and authorities. We have to support them in order to really ensure the processing of local resources in order to really be successful in food security, and also to develop different value chains in order to create jobs, and also to be successful in fighting against youth unemployment in order to have the well-being of our populations. So we believe that today food processing at local level should be one of our main priorities in our agenda. But how, well, I believe you should stand up because otherwise we can't see you. So, and how do you experience? For example, what do you do? So what kind of processing chain link you're thinking about, and what you are when you talk about processed food, for example? What about what is happening in Burkina Faso with respect to France originally? When we talk about processed food or products, it means that we want to meet the needs of our local markets, but also sub-regional markets and international markets. So we should not always be obliged to send raw products abroad, but we can actually process our products in order to add value, in order to have a balanced economy. So what are the priorities? Well, we say that the actors of processing should be supported. And so for processors should have easy access to funds, and they also have to strengthen their capacity from the professional point of view. Professionalization is very important in terms of the technologies to be used in order to have a high quality processing of our products. And also it is very important to ensure quality programs. We know that we need to strengthen our local markets, but we also need to be competitive to go to sub-regional and international markets. And that's why we need quality products in line with international standards. Thank you very much. I believe that we are going to go on this discussion on processing. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Guylaine Deslan to say something about what is happening on a staple food in West Africa, which is tomatoes. This is a product in high demand. Unfortunately, it is a product which is also imported. And West Africa has a lot of capacity in terms of tomato production and also processing. So why we still import tomatoes into this region? So, Mr. Ngeleza, what can you say about this particular issue?
Before I talk about agro-processing, I will start by talking about the relationship between actors in the tomato sector. And so as everyone knows here, despite the long-term, long-standing relationships between a trader and farmers in West Africa, that stem from the two-level marketing system that exists there, farmers often complain of receiving lower prices from traders, and they claim that if traders could be removed, they would get more profit from their produce. But of course, traders don't agree. Traders' contention is we are providing services and taking risk, moving produce long distances to find final consumers. So we deserve the margin that we are getting above and beyond the price we are offering a farmer. So of course, this debate raised a number of questions. Are really farmers being unfairly treated? Are traders important in the value chain? Can processing actually help farmers get the right price for their produce? What's the right policy? So we conduct a study in Ghana focusing on the relationship between a trader and farmer, where we found that actually farmers have three marketing routes to sell their produce. They can sell to traders, who act as a cartel monopolist, restricting access to urban markets. But they can also sell to a local rural market nearby, which is unrestricted. But they could also sell to agro-processor when that's possible, when they are acting. Now, we found also that the big problem is that trader, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the big question is how really we help farmer. Some of the conclusion of our studies was that we could help them increasing their bargaining power so that they can better negotiate with traders. But we can also expand agro-processing. But expanding agro-processing is really a challenge because for agro-processing to be able to compete with tomato paste that is imported in Ghana, the production of fresh tomato, which is used in agro-processing, need to be low cost, high volume, and high productivity, which is not the case today in West Africa. So maybe and perhaps the best policy would be to give farmer access to urban market combined with assembly market as opposed to two-level marketing system where a tomato is graded and sorted, and so that could create incentive for a farmer to increase quality and productivity and to become therefore competitive. But this requires sustained effort. Thank you very much.
Well, not that encouraging. Because you are talking of chicken egg, and yet the colleague from Burkina Faso said that this is the route to take. So, and your solution is go to urban markets for the time being, which I concur with you. But at the same time, you also say that you need more products, more tomatoes produced with more productivity in the production. So we go to square one. And this also raises a question. I go back to this West Africa World TPS study that said that the agriculture in West Africa can cope with the growth of the demand with a small delay, provided this the demand is met through neighboring rural areas, hinterlands. And what I see is that we have a gap that is widening between this demand and the response of the rural area because of the imports. Yet, people are encouraged to go into a free trade food market. And this raises the issue of protecting the capacity of your agriculture so that it can better perform for the internal market. Is it possible to address this issue? And Thomas Allen, how do you see the competitiveness of food prices or food market in West Africa? And can this market compete with the world market?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, I think there is one issue that's got to be addressed very precisely, very decisively. We talked about the growing role of the markets, both in urban and in rural areas. Guilain gave an interesting presentation describing the functioning of one market. He raised concern as to the price competitiveness in the tomato paste sector. Yes, because prices play a crucial role in markets. Now, as markets are growing, price matter more and more. So an important question is to know whether or not West African food products are price competitive. And I've got a slide that should happen now. We graph the price level index for food for all the countries in the world relative to their GDP per capita. And food price level increase with development, that we know. The economies with the lowest food prices, unsurprisingly, are in Africa and in Asia. However, Africa shows significantly higher food prices than Asia for its level of development. That's given there by the slopes and the position of the curve there. So this is a fact, a simple fact. Still a very difficult one to interpret, and an even more difficult and complex issue to address. But as I said, as the market is growing, this issue still needs to be further investigated and needs to be addressed by policymakers and by the actors, all the actors of the food system. Thank you.
Je crois que on commence à.
I'm convinced that we are just missing something here and there. However, do you think that in reality we can compete in the Asian countries at their prices, which our products are sold with are not competitive at all, and on a free market, these prices will just condemn our agriculture, and therefore the question that we'll ask ourselves will be: can we lower our prices? Or the question is to be addressed to the farmers. Mr. Urbanio, you are the president of Urbanio. Can you work as to allow to have such prices more competitive, or there's some issue in the middle?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Before answering your question, I got one question that's coming to my mind.
Tout ce que j'ai vu là montre que les gens.
So I see that many people are leaving the rural areas. So why are people doing so? It's because what allows people to remain in the rural areas has not been done. So I'm not happy to say this before politicians. So the policies which have been adopted have failed. This is the first issue. So the policies that are being adopted have not given a good response. The second issue, and the second question we have to ask ourselves, why is there this major change? Because before we didn't have the problem of nutrition. We didn't have any problems. And we see that today the food system is completely disrupted, and also our habits. There are many reasons for this. First, if you take the media today, so the media show that for example, products are well packaged, and these are the only good products to eat, the ones in the supermarkets. And sometimes we should actually promote the arrival of these products. Are we ready? Are we competitive today to reverse this trend? Yes, we are ready. That is why through the policies we have the regional level, we have to fight to implement these policies, and we have different policies that are in the pipeline in order to create more stability. And then we have to invest on agriculture. In fact, we see that sometimes agriculture has left the real discussion and the real agendas. So we need to provide the necessary resources to agriculture. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult to overcome problems of food security, poverty, or employment. Agriculture can actually solve these issues. The other issue is that, yes, we can provide an answer, but to whom? Of course, our problem is the local market. So once we settle the local market, we have to go at the national level, and then at the regional level. We have to deal with the problems at the local level, at the national level, before dealing with international markets. Our problems where we have poverty and hunger, it is in the rural areas. So we have first to deal with these problems. It is important to emphasize this dimension, and we need some good measures. For example, producers have sufficient production with very erratic systems to provide products to the local markets. Also for animal husbandry, for example, we see that there are raisers who are trying to increase their dairy production and meat production. The same for fishing. So everybody's trying to get organized to adapt to climate change, but to meet the growing and more demanding requests of the consumers. So we have to try and find funds and the right policies and how to cooperate. These are the three major challenges that we have to meet. Thank you. Yes, I was right to give you the floor. And in fact, your pleading has been well heeded, but the only issue that you raised is a specific issue which has been discussed by different schools of thought. When we say that we have to invest, we generally say, when we have money, we can invest. So, for example, there is a well-known market which is growing. We see that the middle class is growing and urbanization is skyrocketing. How is it possible that the private sector is not going there to invest on this gilded sector? Why? So why is the main issue that the state should invest more and that you need policies that should give more access to funds for agriculture? That you know that throughout the world, when we talk about education, 20% of the budget goes to then education, 10% of the budget goes to health, and then energy, etc., etc. When we put all the sectors together, so it's 300% of the budget for each sector. So we had believed that the contribution of the private sector and the opening up towards the private sector would give a response to the market, but the market is not responding. In fact, maybe can you tell us why the market is not responding? For example, the urban-rural relationship is not working. Can you please tell us why?
We say that they're not working, but maybe we don't understand them sufficiently. I think what is central, I think, to the discussions here is the structural change dimension. And this is what is changing between rural and urban. Are people only moving or are activities moving and so on? And I think we're used to think about rural-urban linkages as something which is very spatial, so very descriptive in a way. So and it is true, I think there has been documentation from your presentations and others in this room that urbanization, urban consumers do drive changes in production in rural areas. So it is very important, it is very central. And infrastructure is of course something which can support that. I think something which is also very interesting is that the change in demand for perishables and the increase in demand for perishables is obviously something which goes against imports in a way. It favors local production. But if we look beyond that, and I think here we come more closely to the actual policies, if we look at rural-urban linkages as sectoral linkages between agriculture and other parts of the economy, so industry and services, I think this opens up a bit more of the possibilities which were mentioned before. Simone talked about the need for transformation, for processing. What I would like to say is, can we go back to a geographical location of this? And this happens in small towns very often. When it benefits people in rural areas, people are moving out of agriculture, but not completely out of agriculture. The opportunities for income-generating activities, very often small and medium-sized enterprises, based in small towns, are what creates a diversified local economy, which is certainly more resilient. My last point on that is then how can this be supported? And I think this goes back to the ongoing, never-ending debate on decentralization and the role of local governments in supporting such local economic development. Thank you.
I hear you. I hear you quite well. But you are not responding to the question raised by the guy from Europa, who is saying, start by the basics. Address the local market first, and then city markets, and then national market, regional market, and so on. And what I hear him saying is that there seems to be a mismatch between what he wants as a priority and what we address as a priority. And apparently he's saying, yes, for rural-urban linkages, but focus first on rural. And what you are saying is the link between the two is consubstantial of the transformation. And I hope you have side conversation around this issue. I won't allow that this happen here, maybe in the conversation, in the debate afterwards. But this is where there is a problem of options and priorities. Mr. or Mrs. I don't know, Andrea Calori, where is he? Andrea Calori, oh, you are there, okay. You should address this issue of the role of cities and territories because he is asking for responses.
Good morning to everybody. I don't know if there are real responses, but an experience for sure, coming from Milan and coming from an urban food policy pact that is a pact with more than 100 cities in the world working to try to show and to face all these challenges we are discussing now from an urban point of view. So when we speak about food policy, is a way to support the local government with a governance tool, seeing all the policies of the city or the metropolitan area of our territory from the point of view of food. And what we are doing now is to define a strategy for the metropolitan area of Milan, connected to the Urban Food Policy Pact that was signed last week on October the 15th. In West Africa, there are 3 cities, Nouakchott, Dakar, and Abidjan, that are part now of the pact, which is a way to start a dialogue. And there are also a lot of international institutions that are trying to work all together to understand what is the best way or what are the ways to face these problems. And trying to connect knowledge, what kind of knowledge for what kind of policy. We say that we do need to territorialize and to have at a city level or at a metropolitan level an information system about the food cycle, the context, but also the policies. When we speak about the food cycle, we are speaking something about this. But the context is not only on economy, it's also about the society, the environmental problem. What are the connections between all the problems, all the issues? There is a problem of knowledge, but also a problem of policy, how to connect. If we want to have a territorialized vision on the food system, starting from the cities, not to speak only about the cities, but to see from the perspective of the city in an urbanized world, what are the changes for the sustainability. And this means also to reconnect, maybe to redesign the institutional competencies of the cities. We do need competencies, we do need a different governance system. And also we are trying to provide data not a national level or regional level, but a local level, because we do need different knowledge to understand the urban-rural linkages, for example. Another issue is to say, okay, if we want to territorialize the food system and if we want to face the challenges of urban-rural linkages, we have also to involve not only economic actors, because the food system is also consumers, made by consumers, and not only by people belonging to the food system in itself. So what we are trying to do here in Milan and in other cities is to start a participatory process to redefine the priorities and to share knowledge, because all the cities, it is not only the problem of the municipality, but the problem of all the actors. And this means also some changes in democracy, local democracy. So if we want to change the food system in a perspective of sustainability, we have to discuss the institutional competencies, but also the level of participation. This is only just to say something about the role of cities and the governance, connecting knowledges and policies, just to start with some stimulation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this holistic perspective and your insistence on territorialization of policies and the food policy. And this gives me the opportunity to now open the floor to the room and collect some of your wisdom to enrich our conversation. Yes, sir. And you stand up, say your name, put your question and comment, no more than 1 minute. I'm sorry, if we had a good participation, okay, let's say 3 minutes.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Is this working?
Is this working? Go ahead.
Okay, my name, Franklin Moore. In 2 minutes, let me see if I can summarize this. Because we talked about the movement of people from rural areas to urban areas in West Africa. I would contend it's very different than the movement of people from rural to urban, both in Europe and particularly in Asia. In Europe and in Asia, one found there were 2 reasons for the move. One, productivity in rural areas began to rise quickly. And because that productivity in rural areas rose quickly, you had a push of people from rural to urban. You also had manufacturing, which needed people. So you had a pool of people from rural to urban. In West Africa, the reason one gets a movement of people from rural to urban is because you have economies that were based on the exploitation of natural resources and the export of natural resources. And when that money came in, that money was spent, much as the farmers have said, in urban areas. And so the education you talk about, the health you talk about, the other things you talk about were provided first for urban areas. That's why people left rural areas. So the fact that you have such a high percentage of people in urban areas on less than $2 a day, that's one of the reasons you have that high percentage. What did governments do? Because it was governments who were making the decisions on the resources. One of the things they decided was that because political trouble comes from urban areas, let's keep the prices very low in urban areas. So prices were not able to adjust in a way that rural areas could respond. And what did they do? They moved to importing food. So that's one of the reasons you have such a high import. There was one more comment I wanted to speak to. That's one of the reasons that we have not had such an emphasis and a way to work with farmers to raise their productivity or to provide them with the services in the rural areas that would cause someone to say, I can get the same education in a rural area as I could in an urban area. That's one of the reasons that when we talk about West African prices being higher than Asian prices, it is that combination of the rise in productivity in Asia that allowed an individual farmer who is now producing 4 times what he used to produce. The amount he gets for that does not have to go out a huge amount for his income to grow a huge amount. And so the role of governments in looking at the policies that affect that rural-urban linkage are critically important to raising the productivity both in the rural areas, but also to allow the price for food to increase somewhat in urban areas to balance that out. That is what will attract the private sector into food. I'll quit there. I have more I would say, but I'll quit there.
Thank you very much. It is interesting what you say. Yes, yeah. It is interesting what you are saying, and I hope we'll come back to it because there are a lot of questions that it raises. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Jimmy Adam, the Executive Secretary of SILS. Now, we're going to bring the debate to its basic nature. Right now, in the region, you look at those numbers, it says $175 billion market capacity. Now, we need to be able to go after the $175 billion locally. The thing is, there are drivers that actually keep the businesses from prospering throughout the region. And I'm here speaking on behalf of SEALs, but then pointing to ECOWAS and UMOA, there are issues with respect to cross-border traffic, intra-regional movement of goods and services, and what you call tracasserie routière. SEALs has been in the business with funding from USAID for now a lot of years, and we know actually what is happening. So it's time that we put in place or reinforce. There are policies on the books. It's time we reinforce those policies and point out fingers to those who are bad boys and bad girls, so we can get back to business. The other issue I need to raise here is that somewhere somebody says we commerce only 12% in the region. That means we bring a lot from outside. We cannot continue doing that. And since there are $175 billion in the economy of our region, folks have to begin saying, okay, how can I go up to maybe 100 billion CFA? Or maybe it's in dollars, I don't know. So, on average, each of our countries spend at least 100 billion CFA importing foods. Our lands is irrigated only less than 3%. Because it does no longer rain sufficiently, we need to go back to the business of irrigating our production. We cannot produce only once, and then for 3 months, and then sit around for 9 months. That does not going to happen. It's not going to take us anywhere. So the policies that would allow us to actually sort out the land tenure issues must be dealt with, and now. No more buts and ifs and all that kind of stuff, because we have sufficient lands. The last thing I want to say is this. If we don't produce sufficiently to take care of our consumptive needs, if we do not transform, if we do not create jobs, we create wealth and we create jobs. It used to be, okay, the mom and pop in the countryside, they don't have a voice because, as Mr. Franklin said, the urban folks make a lot of noise and government have the tendency to say, let's keep them quiet. Now we have another population. The kids who get out of school with diplomas and who don't have jobs, and you know what they're doing now? They're joining the likes of bandits, high robbery and all that kind of stuff, and they're shooting at us. And so this region has sufficient resources. Time has come to, okay, cut the rest out. We produce, we invest in the production system. Agro-silvo-pastoral et halieutique, qui sont tous de subsistance, il faudra maintenant les transformer.
And you're going to transfer there. And in changing them, you create rich wealth, and the money will be reinvested locally, and there will be the milk will be processed, and we get yogurt, and the maize will be transformed and get oil, flour, and we will get the life existence of this product.
UMA, they have the money, ECOWAS has the policy, and those of us who are in this room need to really, and with the Club du Sahel, thank to the good work they're doing, we need to now tighten up our belt and then go step by step to saying, this is an issue, what needs to be done, land tenure issues, numero uno. Transfer of technology is no longer tied to landlines. We have the telephone now jumping in and doing a lot of good things. We need to develop applications. We need to make this knowledge readily available and transfer so we can get out of this business. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your, maybe, okay, this was maybe I will try and get the peasant again back on the floor, Mr. Mamadou Sissoko first, because I want and then with the pastors, people with cattle.
Moi, je voudrais quand même rappeler que nous sommes.
I would like to remind you that we are talking about nutrition. Well, since the pharaohs, nutrition has been a political problem because this is the basis of coexistence. For example, there is peace and people laugh. Is that somebody has enough food. And the presentation from a friend, by the friend from Milan, has explained this. It is also an issue of identity. So we don't have to become different. We have to start from what we are in order to improve and have our role in the society. Today, the model has created waste and many other problems. Are we going to adopt this approach to have nice supermarkets and nice packaging? This is choices. And when we talk about these measures, it's important to understand the issue is not only to provide food to urban areas. There is also a problem of education, safety, well-being, and so we have urban areas which are not real cities. We have just time bombs. So hundreds of thousands of people who live in what we call cities like Dakar. These are unsustainable cities. It's not only a problem of food supply. It is we have to reverse this trend. In the West, cities have not been created in 50 years, over the centuries. So we have to be very careful. We cannot adopt this model. This model is not sustainable. In fact, 2 days ago, we listened to a representative of Milan. In order to make Milan clean, they need thousands of tons of water per year. And there is also competition between producers and cities. We have to consider all these issues and also address to geographers and population experts. So, of course, we have to provide food to billions of people. By 2050, there will be 800 million inhabitants. Now there are 350 million. But, for example, 45% of them will live in some specific areas. So we have also to supply food to the rural areas. So the rural people will have to eat as well as people in the cities. So we have to feed our region. And this is the essence of our agricultural policy. We have to go back to the heart of this subject. It's not only an issue of feeding the cities, but the whole community of this area, because in fact the difference between urban areas and rural areas is not so important. So for example, there are people who leave the land, go to cities, and then they come back. And then, for example, what about the history of the cities? So for 20 years we have had a vertical line to say, of course, we have to feed the cities. We cannot build our strategy only to provide food to the cities. It's a fake discussion throughout the history of mankind. For example, the level of demographic development has led to economic development. But for us, maybe this is not true. So we have to create the right conditions. So we need a specific access for all the strategies, for all the measures, but not only to feed the cities. I would like to stop saying something very relevant. What kind of food we want to develop? And with the link to what culture? Well, this is a choice. This is a choice. There are some basic issues. So if so what would you like to become in the future? So we have our own identity. We can mobilize on our path with some rules to be shared. I really believe that we have to be careful because this creates confusion. So demography is very important in order to revamp the economy. And this is not only a problem of food, it's also a lifestyle. And in our cities, there is total chaos. So I think that we have to discuss these issues in our meetings. It's not possible to say since the population is growing, we have to produce to supply food to the cities, and people starve in the rural areas. We have to feed the whole West Africa, and our policies are very clear in this. Well,
woman hand. Yes, madam, you.
My name is Lina.
Je m'appelle Lina. On a parlé beaucoup de changements structurels et des tendances dans la région. On a parlé de problèmes de production, innovation sur le marché, investissement dans la production alimentaire et dans la chaîne de valeur. Mais je pense que ce que l'on a discuté au moment donné est le manque d'énergie dans la région. Et compte tenu du fait que l'Afrique de l'Est, les agriculteurs et les producteurs peuvent innover sur la base des changements climatiques et sur la base des défis journaliers. Mais en termes de manque d'énergie dans la région, il est possible d'innover là-dessus. Et
that in urbanization, food consumption, etc., all of the clustering, or most of the clustering, is around Nigeria, with a population of 180 million, the biggest economy in the region, biggest consumer market, driver for regional trade. The energy output for Nigeria is around about 4,500 megawatts. That's a third of what South Africa produces. So I think when we begin to have the conversation around the energy deficit of the region, we have to look at the role of politicians, decision makers, because our producers, our farmers cannot compete on generators. Most of the producers, most of the food processors we're talking about here, there's the need for capacity building, there's the need for professionalism, but you can't do that on a generator. So I think we do have to have a conversation around the energy deficit of the region and including politicians in that conversation, because farmers, market people, everyone is complaining about that particular issue. Thank you.
You are totally right. No processing without power. It's clear. But at the same time, why is not the market responding? Why is it that there are opportunities and the market is not responding? Why is it? And this shows, finally, that reliance to public policies is key at the end. Let's take two others' comments. One there, over there, at the end, and then at the end first, and yeah, at the end first. Number one, and then, yeah, and then here. Yes, a woman here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say that this session is well defined, but we are actually downplaying this discussion to not only food security, such as rice, but main is production in general, milk, meat, etc., fish. So this is what I would like to say. So the three presentations were very well and very good, but we have to review our statistics. What about the share of maize that we are consuming in the form of meat, eggs, or milk or dairy products? We have to review our vision of what food security is. It's not only actually food as energy producer. Well, thank you very much for this comment. Wait. Well, I'm totally confused. So please, I would like to give the floor to the ladies first, whenever possible. You have the floor, madam. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Marisol. I come from the NEPAD agency. I have two very quick points. First, as to what we said this morning on the increase in prices. In Africa, there are higher prices, but I have to go beyond. In Africa, this is the continent where prices are very volatile. This is a major problem. And producers have to face this issue. It's not actually increases because just prices are high. They may be beneficial to African producers, but African producers cannot deal with the volatility of prices. So prices increase and fall in the very short term. And this prevents producers from having long-term plans. This is the major problem we have. And then another point I would like to stress. I don't know whether there is somebody from Senegal. In Senegal, there's a very interesting experience in order to promote local productions. For example, temporary closures of boundaries for tomatoes, especially. For potatoes and onions. And it seems to me that they're trying to do this for rice. And I believe that these are interesting policies for potatoes and onions. This has gone on for years. For example, producers regularly can increase their productivity and production. They can invest on agriculture because they have a market. They know that in a certain period of the year they have a market, local market, and therefore they can actually sell their products. And once they sell their products, traders can import from after the sale. They can import from the outside. Yes, you have raised an enormous issue. The issue of prices is absolutely right, but there are also high and low prices, high prices for entrants and low prices for producers. So, for example, we know that the production prices are low. And you said that volatility of prices is a problem. But I believe that the international experience shows that it is possible to deal with price volatility with storage. And so why do we not do this? But the solution you have proposed is interesting. Somebody from... No. Who is the person from UMA? No. He is the guy. I would like to have a comment from this organization. Yes, I think I would like to have a comment from you, sir. When you talk about the closure of borders. Well, first of all, Mr. President, we know that our community is based on solidarity. Well, the problem is always the microphone. I say that our community is based on solidarity. So when there is solidarity, we don't close down the frontiers and then the borders. And then, so we have been talking about price volatility for a long time. So food security is not only coming from food production, agriculture, fishing, transportation, telecommunications, storage, so management, families, water supply, and rural and land protection. But if you look at the region and let's compare with the 70s to what we're doing in terms of food security, well, agriculture is not to place a sack of rice and moving somewhere else. So it's not possible to sow and have a harvest overnight. We need political will, and we have political will. That is why. So I believe that what we are doing with our own funds. And so today we are investing on livestock. You have livestock everywhere. The true cross-border cooperation is the livestock market. For example, the livestock market is creating very good results in our countries. For example, the mayor of Balera in Niger. And he called me one day and said, Mr. Commissioner, 80% of our revenues are coming from livestock. Today, we have 2.5 million thanks to livestock. And for example, a number of sheep, for example, has gone from 70 to 107 moto per week. So these are concrete results. And so we are not waiting for anybody to invest now. As to the comparative advantages, for example, one sack of rice produced has a certain cost, and I import rice because it is less expensive, it is better for officials. But I want to give you an example of Guinea-Bissau. We have the experience of, for example, flooded rice growing. But there is a comparative advantage. We have to stop these peasants who have been doing so for years and years when they exported rice during the colonial period because rice is less expensive from abroad. And so Balant, an ethnic group, has a century-old experience. So they should not stop because we have to buy rice from abroad. That's the problem. Of course, what is the solution? Because actually, the people from Thailand and Taiwan continue to sell, and the Balant run the risk of not being able to grow rice. What is the solution? And so, of course, this is also linked to international trade. This is what I'm saying. At present, we are investing on hydro-agricultural farms with pastoralism and forestry, and in order to increase productivity and production. And yes, to lower the prices, yes, of course. If, for example, we are, for example, the production of maize and rice, so we have cooperation with the Ministry of Scientific Research of Burkina Faso, which is trying to work to make available to farmers new varieties of maize and rice, not only to fight against climate change, but also to increase productivity and production. But the problem is competitiveness. But what do you want? So, for example, there is globalization. We have to work, as already pointed out, in order to add value to our products, in order to be competitive. Who can stop competitiveness? Competition, we have the possibility to see in our supermarkets some shelves for local products. That is what we're trying to do. We can't do this overnight. Yes, thank you. I am from Senegal. Of course, yeah, you have the floor, but that's not the only reason why I'm respecting you. Well, this is a very, very important issue. I would like just to give you a clarification. In Senegal, for example, the policy is not actually to block the boundaries. All the people who import food products, first of all, need to sign an agreement in order to first buy local products, and then they can have an import quota. This is what was decided at the level of the government. This sounds like the closing down of the boundaries. I say this officially. So this is what is happening. If you allow me to comment on one particular aspect. This is my personal point of view. The fundamental issue that we have to deal with is the confusion in the decisions made by the governments. So they have to consider agricultural policies as food policies. If there is not a dichotomy between food policies, agricultural policies, we'll always have problems of food security in the cities and the rural areas, because we know that it is not possible to respect the 4 dimensions or 3 dimensions of food security if we create this dichotomy. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ibrahim Lajour. I'm Secretary General of an association of livestock raisers. This debate is very interesting. There is no doubt, but it's also very interesting in the negative sense, because we are not raising the real issues. We have seen the population growth in West Africa. We have population growth, and this will lead to an increased demand for food. At the same time, we are also developing a growth in contradictions. So what is the contradiction system? We are told that prices are high in West Africa, and that there are regions of the world where prices are low. Of course, due to communicating pipes, we are buying from abroad. So I believe that the high prices are due to our policies because there are very, very few investments on agriculture. People do not believe in agriculture. There are no policies which are leading to low prices. There are none of these policies. So we are told in all the regions of the world where prices are low, what is happening? So there are policies supporting agriculture. They are investing on policies, but who is going to provide subsidies to agriculture is subsidized in the state? That is a contradiction. And the same for animal husbandry, which is supporting the state. An example is the livestock market is the largest source of revenues. But actually, people who have livestock are suffering, and they are providing subsidies to the state. For example, an official has said that livestock market is financing America. That is the first contradiction. And then the second contradiction we have to deal with is that we talk about food security. So is it food security or food sovereignty? Because in food sovereignty, we encourage local production, and you eat what you produce locally. But we are told that we talk about food security, we have to continue to import to provide food to people. But we are going in this direction. There is another contradiction in our states. In West Africa, I give you the example of cross-border exchanges and trade. For example, a lot of investment has been made on cross-border infrastructures. In fact, they have built to reapproach the countries. In order to have more fluid trade. But what are we doing with the livestock? I would like to give you a precise example. If you go to the border between Burkina Faso and Niger, well, there are other infrastructures. So where are the infrastructures in these two countries? For example, everything has been built, but no one goes there, and then the state is supporting trade. But that's a contradiction. Where are the policies? And we're told that local production should be enhanced, but at the same time, we encourage local production on paper, and then we are, of course, trying to do something different to open up the markets. We are going to encourage local productions, but we are financing the state. There are total contradictions. I believe that the system of contradiction should be discussed. Where are we going? That is a true debate. So this is an interesting discussion, but we are going in the wrong direction because we have not solved the underlying contradictions in West Africa. West Africa is the region in Africa which is the most dynamic. Syria and others, we have sub-regional organizations that are extremely dynamic. And there are people here who can confirm. So we have the best possible policies. Somebody has said that the problem is not policies, because we have policies. For example, Syria is trying to review the policies. It is the application of policies. Another contradiction, we write good policies, but we do not implement them. And for example, we are trying to sign conventions when nothing happens. So these are the contradictions. We have to solve this. If we solve these contradictions, it's evident that we are going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there are many people wanted to intervene. There are the last three we were not before here. 1, 2, 3, and that's all. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm moderator, I'm not president, sorry. I am a geographer in Ginger. I just want to go back to the last speaker. There's an issue at the political level. The commissioner, who is just in charge of agriculture, spoke about politics. We need politics to be motivating. It is not enough. In Niger, the research results prove that for production, the bottleneck is energy. In fact, 2 years study at the farmer associations, as for the agricultural sectors, and the bottleneck in production is energy. Irrigation, at present, is more or less the solution to solve the food problems, and many results in Turkey were proof that rain-fed agriculture is no longer enough. If you want to feed population, you have to invest in irrigation, and you do have a potential in the West Africa. Surface water and underneath water are available. In the case of Niger, they are everywhere available outside. When we had a scientist visiting, told us that it's impossible to starve, that you do have you have water. Our desert is green. The area that are bombarding in Syria, 2 centimeters per year, but it's green. It is the same pluviometry in the north area of Niger, the Doha area, which is always desertic, but you do have water under your feet. And therefore, you are not investing. You got politics well drafted, but the enforcement is an issue. Another example, just in my country, we do have they have got a politics that Nigerian people just feed Nigerian people. But there's problems as the politics is based on external supports, while Niger is production fuel. I just suggested the further administration to ask the president has to reduce the prices of energy for themselves because they will be irrigate the Niger because of the calculation just proved that the problem, the issue, and the when you do draft the budget, the energy, and energy is a higher cost. So we lower the energy cost. There will be a step forward. Production will increase, transport will increase, the cost of product processing will be lowered, and the storage, because there are products there to store needs energy, and that is a issue that the politician has to think about and to be brave enough as to come to a decision to lower the cost of energy and increase production as well. Thank you. In terms of GDP cost, even if the cost of energy is reduced, everything will be speed up, clearly. Thank you. Thank you very much. As for energy, it is something that just was made, I think, was just put forward. And this is extremely important, even though in the room someone saying it just not anything to be reduced to energy, and this is essential, clearly. I'm called. I come from Mauritania, and I don't want to be too long there. The aspect that will threaten my question. As for the energy, there is a question to be. There's a dysfunctioning in terms of education, in training between the rural world and the world that would cause the capital of the countries. All these people, they are manufacturing. There is controls the reality of production, and is not even connected to information. We do have politics that are being enforced as for food security, as for export, import. When you go out from an African capital, you don't even know what we are discussing about. It's a picture because it's not possible to move forward. In 2015, with a clear threat of the increasing demography, we do not know how to feed big cities and rural sector, but whoever is going to manufacture has to feed capitals are enforcing politics, and they don't know what to do in the future. So there's a communication program. If you want to step forward, to move forward, to develop, if the country, the technology, as for changes and transformation, as for regional integration, it is important to inform the rural level. I got the impression, and I think that someone from the civil society can confirm it. We just discussed in Paris, in Milan, in Dakar, but what are in the real rural area in Africa, they do not even know what we're discussing about. It's important to spread out information and the step forward to just size. Everybody should play their role in their global role. Therefore, communication problems. And then some of you just spoke why the market is not answering. I just had such a comment. But it's not important to know. I cannot ignore the agriculture programs, farming programs, and food securities. If I speak about politics, is a problem. Because it's not a case to just lower down problems because we have many issues, but it's impossible to make a confrontation between Asia and Africa. It is just avoid just comparing Asia in terms of technology. When technology is available in the rural area, in the production chain, in the sector, no issue. We do have problems. We are a bit behind. We are been delayed as we have technology everywhere. That therefore cutting production cost having technicians, research centers. If everything is in line, I think that the sector will improve and we will approach Africa. We do have issues, but we do have to improve at the innovation level. If there will be a higher productivity and everything will be improved. And the productivity is linked to what? To the research center, varieties, and so on and so forth. And the final comment, the market integration. Something is being done. I mean, innovation, it is important to spread out information, create market at the rural level, at the production level, being the farming and livestock breeding. It is important to identify the possible communication chances within the community. Who manufactures what? Who do what? Who does what? And somebody's doing it. It's done this way. It's done this way. But it's no longer possible. Europe is organized, and Asia is going to be specialized. And if in Mauritania you have to manufacture these and the conditions are there, why you are doing in Mali or Senegal? This is something like that. It is an aspect which you have to do a lot on. Each one is manufacturing, each one is doing, and when you do the main things, it's the abundance. And then you do not wondering whether you produce and you have more in excess.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm called Mel Betoimund. I am a journalist, economic journalist, and I'm also a citizen, member of the civil society, and I do coordinate our activity at the local level. I'm convinced that the panelists that has been discussed just discuss a main issue for West Africa. I don't know for the other regions, but for West Africa, the double dynamics is an important and heavy tendency that you need a political answer to. However, we just said the army is something about sovereignty. We are not worried that the states just finance the army, but we are worried that the states could have the chance to support agriculture as to be able to effectively answer to the urban demand. The food demand is diversified. It is diversified at not only in the cities but even in the rural area. And what is more, it is necessary. I mean, this question is to become a general sovereignty question. The market, which has been the private sector, is going to invest in the production, cotton, cocoa, coffee, as to be exported, as to have resources. But ask them to come and invest in food as to comply with the local demand. They will not invest in there. And therefore, the food security is to be consider from a multi-level, multi-dimensionally, consider what is happening. We do have incoherences, which is necessary to remove. When cities increases in size, when what we see, the local development policies, local development progress and decentralization programs do not consider the food security issues. And we do remark they consider make the agriculture as an answering system to the urban request. What are we doing? We do call for competitions as to have more than networks, but we do not consider gardening, farming, breeding. We just remove production factors to the benefit of real estate and building. And we have to answer to a growing demand, a more requiring demand. We do have brave enough to be to understand and to discuss that agriculture, the West African agriculture, is brave enough to comply with the diversified request. But member states should support in removing constraints that are removing barriers that are to be destroyed. The last two. I would like, hopefully, I just try to just summarize what you have to say in 1 minute. Rural Development Ministry. I generally, from the Mali area, my contribution is on the population dynamics. We just spoke about the non-considering of people dynamics within our policies. But what I remark is that as for statistics, we do have many, in statistic control, we do have a little pictures. Recently, we speak about integrated dynamic, population dynamic, but unfortunately, such a politics as to control statistics is not consistent. And the control of statistics is important, that otherwise the politics are not consistent over there. And second, as for the farming surveys, in general, just dealt with the rural sector to the detriment of the urban sector. As for the peri-urban, we at least control breeding but not farming, while it is the rural area that provides for food for the urban areas, and that is very important to consider at the political level as well. I'm not passive, but we spoke about energy in the transformation processing. There are many examples that work, and I don't know why we just left it out. As for the Mali, as for the cotton area, well, we just manufacture mines, and we have just a manufacturing company, and they were just processing with a very high added value, but they were abandoned because we just said there we have to concentrate on cotton, and therefore probably we have to go back to some examples, some case records there were extremely profitable. However, when we do consider, for example, the many other products, it is it is even more important as for the urban food. If we want to just stress the importance of our productions, it is important just to move to cultures where we do have competitive advantages, competitive edges. You say that such a product, is not in competition. Probably, I just want to stop you here, and I give the floor at the end of the room for the last one. Thank you. Thank you, the moderator. First issue, as for the important role of the markets, and as for the physical and economic access to food in a resilience context, it is extremely important for me. I am the High Commissioner of 3 initiatives and Niger initiatives. I just want to raise your attention here that any restriction, any limitation to free circulation of food product to agricultural food product will be negative. It will just lead to the development of black market, and therefore the tomorrow professionals are not happy, and they are no longer operating in a few commercial sectors. And it's important that stay there because we have to profit from them as to provide for the development of communicating vessels. Second issue to be underlined. That is to say, all the issues as for infrastructure deficit. Have you considered transportation? Moving trailers on 7 kilometers is less expensive than to transport between Bilera and they should do less than 50 kilometers. Simply because big cities are connected with road networks, but the production areas are not connected, and it is difficult to just move products around, and with consistent influences on the production. If I consider the case of Niger and Nigeria, there's a exchange system of cereals. The variation of the cost between two cities can have a negative impact on the exchanges between the countries. This is a problem to be considered. And then security. Sorry to interrupt you, but we have to stop and comply with schedule that will be given. And to our panelists, they helped you as to have an exchange which is extremely important that raises these issues. But however, they have to be given the floor as to just have their comments on what you said, and
Two words, thank you. No, I think actually it's a very successful session, because I think we started off by structuring this presentation to talk about like how urbanization and settlement is linked to agriculture and rural economy, and I think what came out of the discussions is actually that everything is linked to everything. So that doesn't make for nice work for policymakers, but this is actually the message that is in there. So if we talk about food security, we have to talk about production, we have to talk about energy, roads, everything. So I think successful session in this sense. Maybe one thought that I have is now going forward, I think we should look more more local, spatialized approach to which problem is the most pressing, and start working this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Professor.
Thank you. Very rich discussion. 2 points. One on agri-processing. I don't think we've talked quite enough about the problems that agri-processors, especially the larger ones, have in getting reliable local supplies when they need it. This is known as quality at quantity. I had an example, a picture of the largest poultry processor in Mali, poultry feed processor in Mali. They're importing 95% of their inputs from overseas. Maize from Argentina, soy from Belgium. And the problem, they say, is they need 80 tons a day at peak periods, and they can get several hundred kilograms from local suppliers. So that contracting issue is very big. The second thing, Mr. Giacchite talked about statistics. That's true for agriculture. It's even worse for agro-processing. The data are terrible. You can't make policy if you don't know what's going on. On the issue of competitiveness of prices, I think we need to look at that in terms of the food system, not just the farm level. The World Bank did a study called the Awakening Africa's Sleeping Giant a few years ago. They showed for a number of countries, farm-level production is competitive with Brazil, with Asia. The problem's the off-farm. And that's policy, that's transport, and so on. If you try to protect farmers without dealing with the barriers that my colleague from UEMOA talked about, you don't protect farmers, you protect what's known in the Francophone countries as the PDG. You protect the police, the douane, and the gendarmerie that are extracting the rents. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur.
Je vais, as the last one, many critics has been raised as for the incoherences of our politics and enforcement. I do not share such a view. At the CDAO, the two agricultural politics were correctly drafted and correctly enforced. Initially, we have to enforce a structural action that allow us to enforce a real development program, which has been done, however. However, the requirements of the area are consistent and populations are there. The issue of energy. Energy was considered once more. We still have a development energy program on the 8 countries, and the last committee just enforced, a system for us to consider the energy factor in among our worries. It has been done. And what is more, and as for the, we are not communicating or not spreading out information to the rural population. Once more, I think that it is important that each can have a responsibility there. In no of our action, we just forget to invite the manufacturing organization and the civil society. It is them to just spread out information to the basis as to allow the farmer as to better understand and to be informed on what we do. And I do think in reality that many things have been done, and thank you.
Écoutez, je propose que une des choses que l'on prenne de cette rencontre est déjà qu'elle ait eu lieu et qu'elle ait été franche dans le débat. Et je pense que cette franchise est favorable à l'écoute. Et chaque fois qu'on écoute, on s'améliore. Je crois donc, monsieur le commissaire, que monsieur le directeur, que ce qui a été dit ici est à la fois interpellation et invite. Et je crois que cette invite et cette interpellation sont des contributions. Et je propose que vous ne les interprétez pas comme des anathèmes, mais comme des directions d'amélioration à aborder. Et je pense que c'est dans cet esprit que cela a été abordé dans la salle. La deuxième chose que je retiens, c'est qu'effectivement, tout est dans tout. Et quand tout est dans tout, il faut définir les priorités. Parce que s'il n'y a pas de bornes, il n'y a pas de limite. Il faut se donner des bornes, des limites et des pas en avant. Et c'est ça qui n'est pas très lisible, semble-t-il. Et là-dessus, une des choses sur lesquelles on a insisté, c'est que pour qu'on mesure, pour qu'on gère, il faut qu'on mesure. Pour qu'on mesure, il faut qu'on compte. Pour qu'on compte, il faut qu'il y ait des gens qui comptent. Oui, mais ça a l'air de rien, mais allez regarder vos services de statistiques et vous verrez qu'en réalité, comme on ne sait pas compter, qu'on ne donne pas aux gens la capacité d'aller compter, on prétend qu'on peut gérer, mais en réalité, on ne gère rien, on gère des impressions et non pas des faits. Une chose que tout le monde a appelée ici, c'est regardons les faits, mettons en place des systèmes qui nous permettent de gérer intelligemment. J'ai entendu une invite de plusieurs disant l'Asie, ce n'est pas l'Afrique. C'est vrai. Mais l'Asie est dans le monde de l'Afrique aussi. Ça aussi, c'est vrai. Et dans ce monde si interconnecté, il est très difficile de s'isoler. Il est très difficile de ne pas se comparer. Et la plupart des décisions qui se prennent sont des décisions à la fois collectives, bien sûr, mais beaucoup individuelles, et au niveau des entrepreneurs. Et ces entrepreneurs ont ce vaste monde pour investir. Alors évidemment, quand on dit on ouvre les frontières, peut-être que notre sœur nous proposait tout à l'heure fermer momentanément, comme ça on peut commercer entre nous. On sait bien que ce n'est pas comme ça que c'est fait. Dieu merci, notre collègue du Sénégal nous a dit que c'est une invite et non pas une loi. Et je pense que ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est qu'effectivement, l'alimentation est une cause de souveraineté nationale, de souveraineté régionale. Je dis régionale et non pas nationale. C'est une cause de souveraineté régionale pour encourager les échanges, d'abord au niveau de la région. Alors qu'actuellement, tout nous pousse, y compris, malheureusement, nos partenaires internationaux, à raisonner dans des univers nationaux. Et ces univers nationaux sont des univers extrêmement contraints. C'est pour cela que l'ouverture à ECOWAS, l'ouverture à UEMOA sont si importants dans la perspective de bâtir des politiques qui répondent véritablement aux attentes des populations, qu'il faut savoir mieux écouter. Et je crois que les organisations des populations, la société civile, sont si importantes dans la mobilisation de cette écoute par ceux qui nous dirigent. Mais comme on a notre président ici, lui va conclure cette rencontre. Monsieur le Président.
Merci tout d'abord au panel et aux intervenants pour ce débat fertile. Moi, je voudrais simplement faire 3 remarques. Tout d'abord, il est évidemment essentiel de rencontrer le défi de l'alimentation de populations urbaines croissantes et aussi de tous ceux qui restent dans les campagnes. Mais je crois qu'il est essentiel que lorsque les gouvernements et les organisations régionales choisissent une stratégie pour rendre l'alimentation plus sûre, plus efficace, moins coûteuse, qu'ils doivent chaque fois prendre en compte l'impact de leurs décisions sur le chômage en zone rurale et aussi en zone urbaine. Il est clair que l'ennemi numéro 1 de l'Afrique aujourd'hui, et en particulier de l'Afrique occidentale, c'est le chômage des jeunes. Et donc, toute politique d'alimentation, toute politique agricole qui contribue à augmenter ce chômage des jeunes a des coûts qui dépassent souvent très largement les avantages que rapportent à court terme certaines politiques alimentaires qui ont l'air profitables, mais qui en fait engendrent des coûts externes extrêmement élevés en termes d'insécurité, lorsque le chômage augmente, en termes d'altération des valeurs traditionnelles, de déstructuration des sociétés lorsque le chômage augmente. Première remarque. Deuxième remarque, je pense en effet qu'il est essentiel, si l'on veut promouvoir les filières de transformation des produits agricoles dans les zones, dans beaucoup de zones, qu'il faut électrifier ces zones. Il n'y a jamais d'unité de transformation des produits de base agricoles en produits finis ou semi-finis qui vont s'installer dans des zones où il n'y a pas d'électricité fiable et à un coût raisonnable. Et dernière remarque, le modérateur y a fait allusion aussi, il n'y aura évidemment pas de politique viable si elles ne sont pas réfléchie et appliquée dans un cadre régional. Et donc je pense qu'en la matière, l'UMOA et la CEDEAO et le SILS ont un rôle vraiment crucial à jouer. En effet, au niveau national, ni en Europe, ni en Afrique, ni ailleurs, plus rien ne peut valablement se formuler ni se décider. Tout doit se réfléchir, s'appliquer et se décider au niveau régional. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Je vais maintenant vous inviter tous à vous diriger vers la salle où nous avons un déjeuner qui vous attend. La salle est juste au même étage. De l'autre côté, vous traversez, vous continuez tout droit, vous traversez le couloir où vous allez avoir des escaliers sur votre droite et la salle est sur votre gauche. Également, je profite de ce petit moment. Pour vous dire que vous trouverez dans votre sac, excusez-moi, un petit marque-page. Vous avez une adresse internet derrière et pour ceux qui sont des habitués de Twitter, vous pouvez tweeter et utiliser notre hashtag voilà, pour retweeter également des mails au sujet de ces sessions du forum.
Pazienzissima. Pazienzissima.
Vous pouvez me laisser vos affaires ici si vous le souhaitez. You can leave your bags, everything in the room. It's going to be locked. Vous pouvez laisser vos affaires.
Ah no, ok, no. Sono da sola lo stesso, ma fate 20 euro, scusa. E dove lei? E dove lei? Lei mi stava a 20 euro. Ma che ne so, io di solito so fare così. Ma così, 20 euro.
Devo essere sincero, io più volte ho lavorato con lei, però lei sembra in giro, non ce la fa stare.
Il fatto che lì se ne va, poi fai.
Vabbè, Maurizio.
Preferisco lavorare con Maurizio, noi lavoriamo insieme.
Maurizio ci sta di più, ci sta.
Farlo da sola, faccio da sola, che per frega. Sono persona.
Giustamente.
Il 28 io ho 150 ricevitori fuori dall'Expo, 100 ricevitori al 28 ottobre, vediamo, alla 256B e sono 2,50 e 65 ricevitori che sono alla 256A dove devo montare la cabina. Totale 315. Quanti ne ho io qui dentro? 300? Dovrei averne 300 qui dentro. No, va bene, li prendo. Non ti preoccupare. Non ti preoccupare. Non c'è bisogno, non c'è bisogno. E come li porti? Dove devi fai entrare? Perché ne devo fare uscire 50? Tu come fai a sapere che ne ho 100 fuori? 150 io ce ne ho fuori. Già li ho fatto uscire i miei fuori. Bravo. Ok. Va bene, ciao caro, ciao ciao.
Adesso perché fa freddo qui? No, no.
Per cambiare un po' di aria.
Ah no, hai ragione, però un freddo. Ma chi è che fa il catering qui? Devo dire, no comment, proprio.
Ah sì, questo sì.
Ma ti danno delle porzioni così, ma perché non lasciano prendere la gente quel che cazzaro la vuole?
Tesoro, come stai? Lo so. Come stai? accendere per forza. Non puoi fare altro, vero? Ho capito. Io sono buttato qua fino a stasera. Mamma mia, lo so, lo so. E tra domani e dopodomani c'è un casino. Poi, sì, sì, tutti gli ordini confermati, tutti quanti, tutti. No, 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 fino al 28, il 29 non ho nulla, ancora tutt'oggi, il 30 è sempre in rosso e il 31 non c'è nulla. Quindi speriamo questo. Allora, se resta così significa, perché il 30 lo dovevano confermare entro al massimo domani, perché sennò poi la match non la posso più fare entrare. Quindi se è così il 29 io mi tolgo. Sì, sì, certo.
Merci, je vais vous demander de...
Thank you. I would like to take your seats. We are going to resume the session with the second session on climate change, adaptation, and its impact on food security. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dennis Gravity, the moderator of the session.
Merci, Thomas. Mesdames et messieurs, this afternoon we have got to extend ourselves because we had such a high energy session this morning with such great debate that it's going to be tough to match that, but we have brought together a really good lineup of presenters and inciters to get our discussions going. I was really impressed this morning with a session that was chock full of great data and provocative conclusions. And I'm sure that our group this afternoon will be as competitive as possible with the great speakers this morning. I would first like to start off by extending my deep thanks to Monsieur Laurent Bossard. Laurent, I thank you very much for the invitation to join you during the presentations today and to take part in my first Club du Sahel event. It's been very, very stimulating, so merci, monsieur. And a special thanks to all of the great people at the Club du Sahel who have been wonderful to work with. Now, the lineup of speakers this afternoon is taking us on a bit of a journey. We're going to start with a scientific review of what do we know about climate change and its impacts on food security in West Africa. That will be led by Carlo Buontempo. And with that as an underpinning, we will move on to discussing the issues of creating a climate-smart agriculture, led by Robert Zugmore, just on my left here. And with that, we will move on to the interesting topic of finance mechanisms for climate adaptation in West Africa, led by Maguette Kéré. And finally, we will have a wind-up presentation by Dr. Estherine Fotabong from NEPAD, who will be speaking about the COP21 climate negotiations process, which is going to be really engaged in Paris in just a couple of weeks. So I think that's a very interesting and logical lineup of presentations. And as with this morning, I'm going to suggest that each of our presenters spend around 7 minutes to enlighten us on their subject. And then, perhaps different than today, I'd like our audience to engage with a couple of questions after each presentation, if there are such questions, so we can really begin engaging each of the speakers right off the bat. So with that, I'd like now to introduce Mr. Carlo Buontempo, who is the senior climate scientist at the Met Office Hadley Centre in the UK. And he has been coordinating and leading many scientific projects dealing with the link between climate change and agriculture and geopolitics. So, Carlo, I give you the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to join you in thanking the organizer of the event for having us here. And it's a privilege to be here with you. Microphone? Should be on, is not. Okay, thank you. So I was just joining the chairman in thanking all the organizer for this event. First of all, I would like to make a correction on the program. I think the title that appears on the program is a bit more ambitious than what I can really deal with in 7 minutes. So I will only talk about climate security, the connection between climate and food security in the Sahel. And the Sahel, as we heard this morning,
is quite different from other parts of the world in terms of agricultural production. And I will only limit myself to agriculture here, so I won't talk about fisheries or other sources of food security. It's different in that only a small fraction of the land is irrigated. So rain-fed agriculture and transhumance are prevalent, and they depend massively on the amount of rainfall at present. So the first question that we can ask as climate scientists, as I am, is what can we say about the future of the region? And the first thing that comes to mind is that we cannot say really very much. This is somehow a famous plot coming out of a paper of Kerry Cook in 2008. And what it shows is the trend for precipitation for different climate models as a function of times. So you see all these wiggly lines going from the 1960 to the 2100 on the right. And you see two particularly remarkable lines, the blue one on top and the black one on the bottom, that suggest very opposite trend in terms of precipitation. Unfortunately, these two models are also the two models that best represent climate variability at present. So if you judge the model by their ability to reproduce present-day climate, then you will end up with these two, the top and the bottom one, saying that it's very challenging. And this is why in climate circles, we often say that we cannot really say much about the future climate of the region. Or can we? This is another plot. This is coming from another paper, a more recent paper, by Benjamin Sultan, is 2013, and he used the ERA 5, so the most recent projection. So, well, you should see in two different colors, gray and white representing the older projection and gray representing the newer projection. And what you see here in color is the change in temperature, and what you see on the vertical axis is the change in precipitation. So there's been a bit of a reduction in the overall spread, which may be a good sign, but certainly is not a full reduction. So we're still uncertain about precipitation. On the other hand, there is a very strong signal on temperature. So we tend to look at precipitation because precipitation is the parameter that at the moment controls livelihood and controls agriculture. But on the other side, there is a very, very strong signal for temperature. We know it will get warm, and it will get significantly warmer in some parts. So if we, same paper, if we look then at what this means in terms of agricultural productivity, then we come to realize that actually there is a net impact on agriculture. But this impact is not driven by changes in precipitation, it's largely driven by changes in temperature. For each specific crop, we know that there are some hard thresholds that cannot be exceeded during their lifetime because this threshold result in a crop failure. They have different values for different species. We know it exists for maize, we know it exists for wheat, millet, sorghum, and so on. If you look at the most common crops in West Africa, and then you look at the projection for temperature and precipitation, then you can calculate an overall change in yield. And as you see, it's not looking particularly good here in terms of change in yield. This is just one result. As you know, science is based on controversy and skepticism. So, someone may come with different results. But the fact that temperature is a very important parameter will stay there. There is some good news, though, and is the fact that if you look at other timescales, so this is climate variability timescale, seasonal prediction, actually the tropics are the region where we have more skill. So this plot are plot of skills of the seasonal prediction system of the Met Office where I work. Other systems have similar skill. So what you see here in different colors, well, let's make it simple. Where you see orange, yellow, reddish, it means that the seasonal prediction are good. You can trust them. Where you see blue or light blue, it means that there is not much skill. What comes, and these are prediction for precipitation. And what you see here in the top is the above average precipitation and the bottom below average precipitation. The tropics stand out as a region where actually we do have skill. And Africa in particular, and the Sahel in particular, is a region where we know we can make some reasonable predictions of seasonal rain. And this prediction can be used and can be fed to decision makers. This is just an example coming out of a recent project, in this case in East Africa, where we are looking at the way in which seasonal prediction can be fed into a livelihood and early warning system for famine in Ethiopia. So there is enough skill, and there are attempts to use this information, as is done in the RCOF, the Regional Climate Outlook Forum of the WMO, where the information is taken and is analyzed with the decision makers. Something that I found very interesting this morning in the debate and the discussion was the strong message coming out of the discussion about the fact that the food security is not one aspect. We cannot just look at subsystem in isolation. It's an entire system that we need to analyze. And I think this is somehow a realization that we are gaining in the climate community, that taking the crop on its own actually doesn't give us the full picture. We need to analyze how the entire system performs in terms of climate change. So analyzing the system means defining what is the system under analysis. It means defining its structure, its behavior, how the system performs at present with climate variability, and then with information coming of all these sub-sectors or subsystems, then we can predict or attempt to predict what will be the impact in terms of climate change. So I want to get to my last slide here, and I want to cite what is often referred to the most important contribution of Donald Rumsfeld to science. So as you may remember, Donald Rumsfeld was the Secretary for Defense in the US, and talking about the weapon of mass destruction, he talked about things we know, these are the known things, things we know, we don't know, these are the known unknowns, the things we don't know, these are the unknown unknowns. But he somehow forget a fourth quadrant, which is the things we don't know we know. And this, to me, is the most important things for climate services and for the application to agriculture, in the sense that there is a lot of information, as was the case for temperature before, that we are not yet harvesting, and we should. Thank you very much.
Right. Things we know we don't know. Or is it things we don't know we know? Yeah, things we don't know we know. I have a lot of those things, Franklin, yes. Okay, well, great. We found that the scientists have vastly different predictions on rainfall in the future of the Sahel, which is disappointing, discouraging. It doesn't give us too much guidance, Carlo. But let me open up the floor for maybe some clarification questions or reactions to this analysis of the future temperature and rainfall patterns in the Sahel. Is anybody jumping up to question Carlo? Yes, there's a hand in the back. Thomas?
Yes, I would like to ask you if this information is available to Agrimet, because this space of information is Agrimet. So what he has said is available to this institution.
Can you respond?
Yeah. Carlo.
Oui, moi je pense que l'agreement
I think that Agrimet has this information, and you will see in the following presentation that, of course, Agrimet has this information. So this information is made available by Agrimet to the countries and to the negotiators. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other quick questions before we move on? Okay, great. Well, now I'd like to turn over the floor to Dr. Robert Zugmore, who is Regional Program Leader for the CGIAR and works with the CCAFS program on climate change and food security. Robert?
Thank you very much, Denise. I've been asked to talk about adaptation of agriculture to climate change. And I decided to be focused on climate-smart agriculture because I think we should not just limit ourselves to adapting, but also to combating climate change as well. So though Carlo said that we don't know much about the predictions, I would say that at least it seems clear to all of us that we know that climate change is impacting agriculture, right? So in that sense, I will try to be focused on one or two key examples of adaptation options within the climate smart agriculture arena. So, for the temperature, this is a clear fact of the impact of climate change in West Africa. We see that for the last decade, there is a clear rise of temperature, and I think Carlo also mentioned it. However, for the rainfall, it is generally agreed by agreement that there is a tendency of a drier period that is coming by 2050. So let's assume that climate change is impacting agriculture in the Sahelian zone of West Africa. And this graph is showing something that is really interesting. It is showing that by 2090, if we use the 4-degree rise scenario of the IPCC, we will see that vast areas in the Sahelian zone will be seeing the length of growing season reduced by more than 20%. And there are huge areas which are in gray color that will see a reduction of the length of growing season between 5 and 20%. This shows that if we continue to behave like we are doing currently, maybe by 2090, we will no longer get the opportunity to grow rice or millet or sorghum. And this is a huge impact on food security of the region. So we need definitely to take action, especially if we want agriculture to be part of the solution and not only the problem of climate change. So that's why this new concept and approach of climate smart agriculture came with FAO first. And this is an approach that seeks for a sustainable increase of productivity, an increase in resilience, so the adaptation part of it, and the reduction of greenhouse gases where this is possible. And these three pillars should be achieved simultaneously, if possible. And this is climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture should happen and should happen at all levels. It can happen at farm, at community level with practices, technologies, institutions at the very local level. It can also happen at national level with enabling the development of enabling policies, the support of extension and research system in a smart manner to allow them be really tackling and mainstreaming climate change into all the national action and development plans. And it can also happen at the global level where, for instance, Carlo will be developing some climate models that are appropriate for West Africa region, international agreement, so the future COP in Paris, we can come there with some knowledge to influence the debate on how agriculture can influence the climate change things, and finance, of course. So now, let me give you a concrete example of what can be climate smart agriculture option. Here is an example from Senegal, where we have been working with the National Met Service and the National Agricultural Research Institution to disseminate seasonal forecast information as well as other weather now and forecasts to allow farm management decision making along the rainy season, right? So we started in 2011 with a pilot in a given village, But nowadays we are covering the whole country in Senegal. So let me be specific about what we are doing. So here you see that we have the whole season, across the cropping season. Before the rainy season, we try to disseminate the seasonal forecast that will allow the farmers to decide, for instance, about the crop variety to be used. We provide also the onset of the forecast so that they can prepare their farms, decide how to go for seedling without reseedling, for instance. And during the cropping season, we provide the nowcasting to avoid, for instance, risk of disasters through flooding and others. We provide the daily forecast to help them decide when, for instance, to apply the fertilizers or the pesticides, and the 10-day forecast to decide on weeding, for instance, and then to reduce the cost of labor. And of course, updating the seasonal forecast at the middle of the season to allow those who would like to go for a second cropping, for instance. And at maturity period, we provide the 10-day forecast to decide for the optimal time for harvest. So these are the kind of information we provide. The thing is that we combine all this information with local and indigenous knowledge on forecasting. And we let the farmer decide which of the two is most appropriate for him. We don't decide for him. And so this is a scheme of partnership we put in place that is called in French Groupe de Travail Pluridisciplinaire. This is encompassing all the local actors, technicians, to discuss and decide how to translate the climate information into agro-advisories to allow a better adoption of it by the farmers. And of course, we are working also with media and the rural radios, for instance, to disseminate this information so that it can, at least the access to the information is achieved at the end of the day. And today, nowadays, we have been reaching about 3 million rural population in Senegal through the Union of Rural Radios in Senegal. 82 rural radios are working with ANASIM in order to disseminate regularly all this information I'm talking about. So this is one step already to help farmers decide on how they can manage climate risk, but also to contribute for climate variability for farm management. Don't ask me what they are doing with the information they receive. We are on the way to evaluate and assess if the information is effectively used in the ground. But because we have just gone for 3 years, currently we are going for an impact evaluation. And an example to show you that it is cost effective. This is in Burkina, where we combine climate information use in the cowpea and sesame sector. And we see that farmers who were exposed to climate information use less local seed and more input than farmers who were not exposed to climate information, which shows that they become more confident about how to manage the risk, so they are ready to invest in the inputs, for instance. And here we see that farmers who were exposed to climate information yielded more than those who were not exposed to climate information. And the gross product is also higher, of course, with those exposed to climate information, which already shows that if you use climate information as an agricultural input, you may increase the benefit vis-a-vis of your agricultural product. So, just an example, but I can say more about the technologies, the climate smart technologies we have been developing, but given that these are context specific, we cannot go too much in detail on those ones. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. And Are there any questions from the floor? We have two. Jorge first, and then gentleman in the back there. Yes. Okay.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am the main agricultural political advisor for West Africa. And what we heard today is not new in the Sahel. In fact, we know that since 1985, these projects have been going on in the Sahel, and now, unfortunately, there is only Mali following these projects without external support. So we see that many countries should take care of these projects without external support in order to provide this information. But this was not the case. I believe that countries should internalize these projects to produce information. For example, in Mali, there has been a 20% increase in productivity thanks to the information. And of course, also in the Guinea Republic, people listen to the Mali radio stations to have this information. And we also have the Niger office in Mali that does the same. This is extremely important to prevent these problems and to provide real-time information to farmers, what kind of treatments they have to make. For example, if there is going to be rainfalls in 2 or 3 days, for example, no pesticides have to be applied, and so they're not going to lose money. Because otherwise they apply pesticides and then there is the rainfall and they have problems. So I believe that countries will be able to resume these projects which started in the 80s, but unfortunately they have not been able to internalize this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Engelese?
Yeah, this is a very simple question. You gave one example of what we can qualify as a climate-smart agriculture, but I want to know if you are developing a package for different countries. I'm interested in Niger, where we are developing a compact. Part of it will be climate-smart agriculture. Is there any package? So what I mean is where you combine the information on weather events plus some specific seeds and so on to have some sort of package, and we say this is what I call climate smart agriculture for Niger or for Senegal or for any other countries.
You ask a question. Thank you for your question. Well, we have been given 7 minutes to talk about climate smart agriculture, so it's not easy to say every detail on the things. When George says we are not doing something new, right, it's true. And we should do that. We should build on existing things to move forward. And that's the reason why we decided to build on the experience of AgriMet and the National Met Services to see what is already starting to work, but we improve the dissemination channels and the process, which is now more participatory, to allow sustainability of the whole process. So that if CCAFs or any other program is no longer around, the system can continue. So in that sense, what I didn't add, and then I respond to the question of my friend, is that we are also developing what we call the climate smart villages, where we are working in a participatory manner with the communities in order to develop together these climate smart agriculture options that are relevant to their context-specific areas. And this is ongoing in each of the countries we are working on, in Senegal, in Niger, in Burkina, in Ghana, and in Mali. These are pilots from where we will learn from and then try to scale up in the other countries in West Africa. I can give you examples of different technologies that are currently considered as promising climate-smart agriculture options, but we can discuss this.
Okay. Please hold your questions for a little bit later because we must move on in the presentations. And I'd like now to turn over the floor to Monsieur Maguette Kéré, who is a forest expert with SILS and Agrimet, and he's going to be talking to us about climate finance mechanisms for West Africa. Maguette, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to give my contribution to this debate for West Africa and for Sahel. I would like to explain why it is absolutely imperative to finance adaptation in an adequate way in West Africa through financing mechanisms which already exist, and also would like to give some messages about the future. Today, if we talk about risks and impact, I have to say that climatic governance is based on the warming rate of plus 2 degrees, which is a dangerous threat to development, long-term development of Africa, especially of West Africa, especially for this area, which is considered to be a hotspot of the world, where there have been already increases in temperature, minimal temperatures from 0.5 to 0.9 degrees Celsius, even above plus 1 degree. And so temperatures are increasing more rapidly with respect to the rest of the world. Today, researchers have already shown, as already pointed out before, that a 2-degree increase in temperature, West Africa is going to have the highest losses in the world in the agricultural field, which is going to have a major impact on these countries, especially in terms of GDP, between 2 and 4% of GDP. And also this is going to have an impact on conflicts, health, security, migration, and so on and so forth. So the World Bank recently evaluated the impact of drought in Niger, $70 million US has been estimated. And this is also true for health. And for floods, it is between 12 and 12,000 to $25 million according to the countries. So all the countries in their contributions to CPDNs and INDCs have recognized that adaptation is the priority component of these projects. So the financing of these adaptation measures is absolutely important to strengthen their resilience. And so recently, when we look at the agricultural areas, to the detriment of forests, with an enormous loss of the ecosystem, increasing the vulnerability of these areas. And between 2000 and 2013, almost 229,000 square kilometers of expansion of cultivated areas. And other regions of Africa are going to have an impact, which shows that it is absolutely crucial to finance this adaptation. So in fact, we have shown that when we have, for example, durable management of land through GDT techniques with a CSA approach, so adaptation, food security, and mitigation, it is possible to have an increase in production from 90,000 to 280,000 tons per year. And which means that investing on land management of the CSA approach is profitable, socially acceptable, and ecologically justifiable. So, since the objective is to restore 10% of agricultural areas in these areas, the cost of investment is between $50 to $170 million per year. So, what I explained before. In order to finance adaptation, we know that states had committed themselves to invest in 10% of their budget on agriculture. And I think they should honor this commitment, but the budget should be used as a lever to have additional funds within the framework of the United Nations Conventions on Climate Change and the existing mechanisms. This is the estimation of the adaptation costs, and at the sectoral level this was estimated. And you see the financing strategies and mechanisms. For example, we have funds for mitigation and for adaptation. And if you look at the structure of climate funding, we see that the situation is very complex. So we have small funds which are insufficient. And we believe I believe that the green funds would provide a clear framework of the financing. But if we look at the actual funds provided by countries, and if you see that the gap is really large. And then for specific adaptation funds, we see that the funds are there, but they are insufficient and not very effective. We have the Green Climate Fund, and for example, you see, we talk about 100 billion, but for example, for the rapid financing, we had 30 billion. But you see that we have a text of negotiations, which is being discussed. So I believe that these are the key messages for COP21. We have to take into consideration the adaptation of West African agriculture to climate change through intelligent agricultural techniques. And we have to strengthen the funding of these measures, and we would like to negotiate what is happening with climate change. We know that we have to make efforts to remain at 1.5 degree of increase, not 2. And we need that we have to act now, because otherwise the area we're talking about is going to suffer the most. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Maguette. And since this presentation is very strongly linked, I believe, with our next presentation, I'd like to go on to introduce that one, and then we'll open up for discussion for the two presentations together. Estherine Fotabong will be our speaker, and she'll be enlightening us on Africa in the COP21 climate negotiations. Estherine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I would like to join my voice to the rest of the panelists in thanking Club de Sahel for organizing this very important event. Now, if we can figure out this work. The right one. Good. This morning, and I think the three presentations we've just heard, I think have brought out a lot of the science aspect on the discussions relating to climate change. And obviously, if we were all just to base the climate negotiations under the UN process on science, we would have had a new climate regime in Copenhagen. That was like, I don't know how many years ago. But we have had 3 or 4 more COPs after Copenhagen, and we are all putting our hopes in Paris so that we can have a new climate regime. The point I'm trying to make is that the negotiations are way beyond science, climate science. There are serious consideration of the political economy and the implication of whatever regime comes out on the economy and the development trajectory of African member states. I put this up as what is in it enough for Africa? Why is the climate negotiation so important for the continent, and why Paris is so important? Why do we need a climate regime? I think colleagues have all mentioned this. You could see from the map there, right across the continent, we are impacted with rainfalls that are changing, rainfall variabilities. We have increased droughts. We have increased flooding in our coastal cities. We are losing our forests. We have impact on the marine ecosystems. We are not just losing, well, we're not only experiencing high-level rises, but we are also losing the resources that are within our marine ecosystem, as well as our freshwater ecosystem. So we see, for instance, in Lake Chad, a drop in the water level, as well as the fish resources that are therein found. Of course, the science people have all mentioned here today, as a result of the changes in climate and climate variability, there is a marked increase in the reduction of food production, and of course then that affects food security in the region. I want to say this, but I don't believe I'm stretching it, but I want to think that part of the high migration flows that we are seeing from our regions, particularly the Horn of Africa and the Sahel belt, can also be attributed to causes of climate and climate change. So there is a lot in need for this continent. I mean, we are going to Paris because a decision is important to help us to stay the course in the development trajectory that the continent has been in the last 10 years, as well as to make sure that we have social coherence. So I'm not looking at this from a science perspective, but from the political economy of African member states. And that map just tells us exactly why it's so important that we have a new regime agreed in Paris. So because of the importance of the impact that, and these are not predictions, the science people have done their predictions, but this map is based on things that are already happening. in our countries. So we just heard the presentation from our colleague, the last speaker who spoke on financing, on the cost of droughts and the cost of flooding and all of these things. So it is real. So for the continent, because it is something happening, we are experiencing it in our communities, in our economies, the continent had to organize itself in a way that they will participate in a very coordinated manner to have a common voice and clear position articulated in the negotiations. So the continent then organized itself at 3 levels. At the technical level, where we have the experts, so the experts of all African member states come together in this platform called the AGN, and these are all the negotiators from our member states. So they deal with the nitty-gritties of the international process and the negotiations therein. We have then the level of AMCEN, which is the ministerial level, and they give the political guidance to the negotiators on what should be African position. At the next level is CAHOS, which is the presidential level, and it's made up of 12 African member states, so 12 heads of states that come together and discuss the issues and give then guidance to AMCEN and to the negotiation on what Africans' position should be during the negotiation process. Now for the continent, again, I go back to my first slide, seeing the impact that it has across the continent. And in this case, we're looking at West Africa. The impacts are huge. And if you look at those little boxes, we have issues of impact on food security, coastal erosion, loss of forest quality, deforestation, rise in sea level, and desertification. So it's not a situation that we can afford to not take action or just continue to do research. Of course, research is important, we have to, but we need action now because we are seeing those impacts affecting our communities. So for us, for Africa, COP21 will be successful if we can have these 4 things: an agreement that is applicable and reflects common but differentiated responsibility. I think we all have heard the narrative that Africa is not responsible for the cause of the rise in emissions that we do see now. So the feeling of the continent is that we cannot have the same responsibility as the developed countries that through the industrialization process contributed significantly to the issues of climate change. The second issue is to have an agreement that is legally binding and based and rule-based. So a framework that countries and member states can be held accountable and not just do it by choice, not a voluntary agreement, but an agreement that is binding to everyone. The last colleague just spoke about the financing. Obviously, this for the African continent is crucial for several reasons. We just reminded ourselves that the continent feels they have not contributed to the situation that the world is experiencing in terms of global climate change. But it is the continent that is most impacted. For that reason, the continent is requesting that as part of the negotiations, there are clear and predictable financing that will be made available to the continent for it to be able to adapt to the impacts and effects of climate change, but also to undertake practices that can help and contribute to the mitigation of climate change. So it is important, of course, that the Green Climate Change Fund be capitalized, as has been decided in other COP meetings, but we are not there yet, so it is important that that should happen soon. The fourth issue is an agreement that is ambitious, not because of the various interests of member states, particularly the political economy one, for us to sacrifice the science, what the science is telling us that we need to keep temperatures below 1.5 degrees. So Africa wants an agreement, an outcome in Paris that keeps an ambitious goal. And lastly, Africa would like to see from Paris a reaffirmation of multilateralism and country ownership in the governance of climate change. So it is so critical that the international mechanisms such as the UNCCC process continues, while we are, of course, negotiating partnerships to do things on the ground. We need a multilateral system to continue, because that is where we can have a common denominator and look at an issue that is impacting everyone. In terms of outstanding issues, this has been a lengthy process, and I think from Copenhagen to Paris, significant milestones have been achieved. But there are still some issues that have not been resolved, and we hope that by the time we get to Paris and within the negotiations, these issues should be finally resolved. So issues of approach and architecture, should the agreement apply to all countries? Unlike the Kyoto Protocol that had just commitment for developed nations, the thinking right now is that it should apply to everyone, but there are still countries that do not think that should be the case. The legal nature of the agreement, some regions, of course, I mentioned EU, of course, favors a strong legally binding commitment, and I think the African continent also favors that. We think it should be fair and equitable. I mentioned earlier the principles of common but differentiated responsibility, and that not only in terms of financing, but also in terms of emission cuts. It is expected that the developed countries should make much more effort in terms of emission cuts, as well as in terms of the size of their contributions to the Green Climate Fund. But also through other partnerships, as the Green Climate Fund is not the sole mechanism for which resources should be put to support country efforts. Lastly, of course, the issue of COP, where somebody talking to me? For Africa, the aspect of adaptation is critical. Mitigation, of course, is important, but again, as we said, the continent still does not, well, I think we are getting there. We have to acknowledge that the emission levels are increasing, but adaptation is critical, because as we speak, we already know the impact we are seeing in our communities. So, lastly...
We'll have to wind up pretty
We'll have to wind up, okay. Just to summarize, therefore, we want to have support at the national level to strengthen national programs on adaptation, such as the NAPAs. We want to see increase and additional financing coming to the continent, as well as climate-friendly technologies. We want to have resources so that we can participate in the market-based mechanisms of financing and build critical level of expertise to support our countries to develop programs that can be financed through the climate mechanisms that are out there. And of course, if we are talking about Africa's agriculture, we do know the importance of women smallholder farmers in terms of their numbers participating in Africa's agriculture. So in terms of decision making, we want to see that gender aspects strengthened. At the COP itself, there will be an African pavilion where we'll have several meetings. There will be an African Day that will have high-level discussions. We will have side events on climate change and agriculture. Again, I've not dealt with this a lot, but we know that as the negotiation takes, it is now, agriculture is still not an integral part of the package as it should be. And beyond Paris, we would like to see support to the African programs. There are two huge, big programs that have been adopted by the continent. One on energy, and a lot of conversation this morning was on energy. And the second is on adaptation, loss and damage, so building capacities and looking at initiatives that are existing right now. I end with this picture of a young girl to say, yes, it is impacting on the continent, on women, but we are positive that as a continent, we are in the right path and we can have solutions to the challenges and opportunities that climate change do pose for the continent. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Estherine. Well, we've talked about finance and we've talked about the climate change negotiations. Are there reactions from the floor to these two subjects? I see we got a couple of hands up in the back. Thomas, could you grab the... Okay.
Merci.
Thank you. Please, short questions. Short questions. Short questions. Well, thank you very much for these presentations. Very rapidly, I would like to talk about the Green Fund. This is an additional question. Its usefulness and if the development model has produced the situation, and if this continues, and whether we have given up this fund. And then the second aspect is to better understand the issue. If, for example, some states which participated in the Kyoto summit, which did not sign the agreement, are talking about the rights to pollution, and if, for example, other states are able to buy their rights and clean on their behalf, is this situation going on? And if the situation is not changing, is it really useful to have a green fund to finance what? And to end, there is another issue which I would like to have clarified. So today, global warming, especially flooding, linked to the destruction of the ecosystem. For example, we're talking about volcanic eruptions, and we're talking about, for example, the changing temperature due to the sun, and which is also leading to the melting of the ice caps, leading to flooding. So I would like to have all these clarifications.
One or two more.
So another two.
Okay. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I have two or three concerns. The first is that this year, the weather information organizations said that this crop year is going to start very late and is going to stop very early. So, for example, well, we started very late, but it lasted until October. In Niger, we still have had rainfalls, and we're going to have exceptional harvests despite what was announced. So I would like to know what is happening and what is the reliability of the information, because information triggered panic. For example, in Niger, for example, if there is a difficult situation, we launched a major growing of manioc and irrigated crops. Of course, we are going to develop this approach, but I would like to have more reliable information. A second concern, So we have current experience in Senegal. And George explained that this is started in Mali, but there are two elements which have not been discussed, which are essential success factors. So the first is that experience has been made by producers' associations. So they have centralized and collected the production. And we also know that sometimes the weather information is really complex in French.
Question? Yeah.
Yeah, just a final point. As to the major risk of Sahel, which is drought, in Sahel, I believe that we are able to deal with this if we, for example, have irrigation technologies, mobile irrigation technologies. For example, if we, for example, we use transhumance for livestock raising, but for example, it's livestock. I believe that there are a lot of restrictions to transhumance. It's not a question of money. It's a question of organization. It's a question of political will. If you look at, for example, seeds, for example, local seeds cost much less. So sorghum seeds is 2,000. And the product prices are much lower. So how to democratize the whole process?
Let us stop there for a moment and get some response from our speakers on those two questions. Estrine?
Thank you. I think the question from the first speakers, they're very important. We completely agree with you in terms of the principle governing the different funding mechanisms. So the Green Climate Fund, before that, we had the CDM. And the idea, frankly, is not to give an opportunity for people to continue to pollute. So you fund a small project, for instance, in Central Africa, and you think that that's enough for you to continue to do, your normal practice in your country. So that's why for Africa we are stressing the whole issue of equity and fairness. It's not about transferring your responsibility by paying for a small patch of forest for sustainable forest management, but for everyone, for all member states, to be party to the new regime and to take their responsibilities and implement what they have to do and cut their level of emissions accordingly. The second question on severity, I will leave those for the scientists to answer that, but from a policy perspective, we already see a lot of changes happening. We see more severity in droughts. We see increased flood levels. We see heat waves. 3 weeks ago in South Africa, it was unbearable. We were all asked by the government to have the numbers of our doctors ready because people could, and it's the first, I've lived in South Africa now for 9 years, it never happened. So these changes are there. The scientists can argue what is causing them, but they are there. So from a policy perspective, it's better to take a precautionary principle approach and put in place mechanisms that can help you to mitigate this effect. The last point was on inputs. I think, yes, progress is being made in terms of having things in place, new seeds and all of that. But we have a governance issue that we need to resolve in terms of the strength of the institutions, the capacity of our institutions, and the ability to move from the central government to the level of the communities where these things are needed. The role of the different actors, the farmer organization, the government institution, the civil society, I think post-Paris, we need to have a conversation that can look at and strengthen the roles of these different players so that we have more efficient and effective way of reaching communities.
Okay, great. At this point, I'd like to move us on to our second part of the program, which is to have 3 insightful sets of reactions to our speakers and the subject matter. And then we shall continue with our open forum as well. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to Monsieur Jean-Pierre Alquin, head of the Rural Development, Food Security, and Nutrition Unit of the European Commission. And we're looking forward to your reactions to this afternoon's subjects. Monsieur.
Merci, Denis.
Thank you, Dennis. Before providing you with my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers of this week. The morning session was really capturing, and the afternoon session was very instructive too. And I would like also to join my predecessors in thanking the organizers and also the Sahel Club and the team of Mr. Broussard. But I would like to go back to the discussion of this morning, and we've had a lot of good news. So the economies of Africa and of West Africa are growing. So agriculture too is growing. Agriculture production is increasing. So for major crops, rice and maize. And of course, there are also issues of competitiveness for the future. The political framework has been mentioned, which is pretty good at the regional level and at the individual country level. We also talked about the progress of the value chain, starting from the farm up to the table of consumers. So this value chain makes it possible for West African consumers to have increased access to processed food, and this is extremely relevant. We also talked about different challenges. The first one is youth employment, and this is very important in the rural areas, but also the future of young people in the rural area. And then also there were very interesting presentations talking about the governance of the value chain. For example, there are intermediaries who supply food to urban areas, and they have a major problem of security. We also talked about the negotiations on climate change and their challenges. The European Union has always had a very clear position since Copenhagen. We would like to have a shared agreement, including all the countries of the world, with differentiated responsibilities and with a binding agreement. So giving priority to the reduction of greenhouse gases and also to contribute to helping countries which don't have a historical responsibility for greenhouse emissions to deal with climate change. I believe that this agreement may be achieved in Paris. And of course, we talked about the political framework. For example, we talked about Maputo and Malabar. But of course, this is an important political framework which has ambitious projects in terms of food security in Africa. There are also certain central factors, for example, land rights and also the governance of the value chain. And I believe that there are also risks in the European Union, sometimes which are neglected. And I believe that these risks have to be considered all along the value chain. The inclusivity, so any change to this value chain has to be made respecting for a principle of equity. between work, the value chain, and the benefits. So I believe that it is a very important principle to give priority to beneficiaries to have a reliable long-term value chain. Also, the role of women is very important, and also environmental sustainability. And for Africa, it is also very important to consider the incidence of the value chain on nutrition. For the European Union, our central priority is malnutrition. The second commitment to development policies is the reduction of child chronic malnutrition for different reasons. First, because it is the first cause of child death around the world, and the economic costs. In fact, we know that there is less than 12% of GDP of reduction in GDP in Ethiopia. And of course, if we can capitalize on these percentage points to increase competitiveness in African countries, this will be great. And also there is a problem of social justice. And now I'd like to talk about another issue, which is agricultural trade deficit, especially for some staple foods. We talked about the growth in rice and maize production. However, the imports towards Africa and West Africa are still increasing. And this means that these countries are exposed to price volatility, which is even greater than with respect to 2008. This is a strategic issue for West Africa. There is a commercial risk, but also the risk of destabilization of the rural world and political destabilization, because the increasing prices on the global market may lead to increasing in imports with a very bad impact on domestic agriculture. And I believe that we also have information on climate change, so the exposure to risks is increasing. So what can we learn within the European Union from what I've said? If we look at the food security policies and the agricultural policies adopted according to the European Union, there are 4 pillars, 5 pillars with Zero Hunger Initiative. So there are 4 pillars for the fight against malnutrition, resilience, especially resilience to economic shocks and to ecosystem shocks. Then durable management of the ecosystem independently of the shocks, and finally the use of farmers as drivers of economic growth. Our major point is to say that these are like feet of the table. If we don't have one leg, the table is tilting. So we always have to think of the incidence of climate change through the other pillars of food security. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci, monsieur. Now, I would point out that I think there is a very important connection between what Monsieur Halkan was emphasizing and the work that Estherine was reporting about the African position in climate change, and that is that France, as host of COP21, is really going to put, for the first time, very serious political power behind agriculture as part of the negotiations. And for those of us involved with agriculture, we have been frustrated for many, many years that agriculture has been given short shrift, ignored basically in the climate change negotiations for far too long. And I think that France's leadership needs to be commended, and we hope that that will be a breakthrough, among others, in COP21. Now, I'd like to turn the attention to another intervention from the floor, dealing with a focus on the livestock sector in relation to climate change. And Mr. Ibra Toure will make a short statement on that topic. Mr. Ibra is a geographer with CIRAD, and we welcome your words on livestock.
Merci. D'abord, essayer de présenter.
Thank you. First of all, in 4 minutes, I would like to talk about the evolution with some challenges related to climate change. So producers have developed some strategies for traditional adaptation. This morning, this was said that, for example, the livestock system in West Africa and Sahel is contributing to the economy, as already pointed out by the Commissioner, and also in terms of food security for the populations. But this sector is not sufficiently supported and informed. If we look at the impact of climate change, for example, in 1 century, we have seen shocks. So we had a drop in rainfalls, and for example, we had some crises in the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. And we see that, for example, pastoralists have had some problems, have been able to adapt, and they have been able to exit the crisis. But, for example, we were asked that we see that they have adopted certain strategies, different strategies, but there is one which is extremely important, that is mobility. So, for example, we see pastoralists and farmers have always used, for example, the availability of water and other resources to move about in terms of also for social, economic reasons, and for sustainability reasons. So we need today, for example, large areas where we know that fortunately we still have some areas this mobility allows for greater interrelationship between the Sahel countries and coastal countries, and so there is interregional mobility. These are strategies used by these pastoralists, by animal husbandry people. So at their level, we see that, for example, there is mobility at the local level, at the regional level. So I believe that we have to see how for example, they are framed within the production systems and whether it's possible to support a regional integration which contributes to land security and food security. Of course, we have to invest on research to produce knowledge and training. So if we look at our research facilities, we have carried out different activities, and in terms of these strategies, also we know that pastoralists and animal husbandry farmers have been able to learn from the past, and today, thanks to transhumance, which is the main strategy, have been able to reduce risks. And they can leave according to certain indicators. And it's very important to disseminate the information. And of course, there is also a social adaptation by creating new social links between departure areas, transit areas, and areas of arrival. So we'd like to have a clear response. Somebody talked about, for example, the number of these people and what kind of projects we have to finance and support. So we have to see the knowledge and the practices developed by these people in terms of mobility, the strategies adopted. For example, also the kind of crops they can grow and trade through the markets. All this has to be better known and disseminated. At this level,
this can seem very fanciful, but when, for example, the availability of resources depends on the seasons, these people can adapt. They have adaptation strategies. For example, we see these through these images, and it's possible for them to use new technologies, or, for example, where they can transport water during the dry season. They, for example, can also use a tire to transport water, and in order to have more water in the cultivated area, in the small cultivated areas that I have. I would like just to say that there was a document from the World Bank on the economy of dry areas, and also a project which called PRAPS, which tries to respond to these needs in order to develop research in the field of adaptation to climate change for animal husbandry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the plight of pastoral peoples is one of the most serious problems that we face in terms of climate change. And so therefore, let's stop for a moment for any reactions from those in the audience who are concerned about pastoral issues. I think we have several. Thomas, you want to, let's see. Why don't you come on this side over here? This gentleman here, yeah? He had his hands up first.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I listened to the different presentations with great attention, especially on climate change, smart agriculture, and the aspirations of the African continent, thanks to COP21. And what I heard about the new strategies in terms of mobility of for animal husbandry. I would like to ask you whether in their study they talked about the conflicts generated by the mobility, because sometimes, for example, in Guinea, we saw many conflicts due to pastoralists during the transhumance because they leave the internal areas towards coastal areas in order to have food. For example, the dimension of conflict has been tackled in their study. And there is another question I would like to ask, addressed to the person who talked about CSA. I realize that the programs and the policies within the CDO, so there are good programs which are drafted, which are designed to implement operational programs. And we know that we have looked at the different programs, but we only have almost a theoretical view of the problems. We would like to know, we have to fight the causes of agricultural problems, and we have to develop new strategies to adapt production at the local level. I believe that causes are well defined in the diagnostic analysis. That is why some programs have been elaborated. However, it takes time to finance these programs and these projects, which are very relevant because they come from analysis. So it's the time to act. Otherwise, intelligent agriculture is not going to be successful. I believe that smart agriculture will become very stupid because climate change is so rapid that it is not possible for this kind of approach to keep up.
For Robert and Ibra, please recall the question because we have one more insight to deliver, and then we will open it up for the onslaught, the avalanche of all of the hands that are waving out there. Let me now just introduce Dr. Aslihan Arslan from the Natural Resources Group in FAO to give our last insightful comment, briefly, less than 4 minutes, and then we shall open up the debate.
Is this working? Okay, all right. It's never easy to tell. Just briefly, thank you very much for all the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also my first time in the Sahelian and West Africa gathering. I mainly work in Sub-Saharan Africa. And what I'm going to do today is basically provide an insight from our project that we've been implementing in Malawi, Zambia, and Vietnam since 2011. And I'd like to mention that I work with the team that basically coined the term climate-smart agriculture, and just wanted to reiterate the pillars. So we have food security, adaptation, and mitigation. And obviously, they're not going to be in the same level of priority list for every country. And the CSA concept has been evolving over time to acknowledge the fact that these three aren't going to happen always at the same level and the same priority. So we have to prioritize. And what we did in our project to help countries implement climate-smart agriculture on the ground was basically develop an approach where they could... Sorry, I thought someone was talking to me. We developed an approach for on-the-ground implementation. So that basically relies on four main principles. First of all is evidence-based. And all the speakers talked about the importance of evidence-based. We need data. If we cannot measure it, we can't manage it, obviously. So what we did first was developing an evidence base using national representative household data. We're talking about 4,000 to 8,000 farmers repeatedly visited over time. This data merged together with high-resolution historical rainfall and temperature data, trying to analyze the impacts of various interventions, both field level or safety nets, or like livelihood diversification strategies, to understand the implications of different interventions under climate change on food security and adaptation. We also have merged this with high-resolution mitigation information, trying to develop Tier 2 or Tier 3 coefficients for different interventions on the ground to develop a suite of different tools to look at the food security, adaptation, and mitigation benefits of different interventions, right? So what do we do with this evidence? We also work with the policymakers, obviously being an FAO. We work mainly with Ministry of Agriculture representatives, and the second pillar of the approach is providing strong policy support. To do that, what we've been doing is developing policy screening tools, and we did policy harmonization workshops in every country, trying to harmonize the policies of Ministries of Agriculture, Ministries of Environment, Ministries of Rural Development or Investment, because as somebody mentioned in the morning, it's not just Ministry of Agriculture anymore, so we have to reach across all the different ministries that are relevant for food security and climate change. So we've been doing that, as well as providing support to Ministry of Agriculture representatives from every country to go to the COP negotiations from 2011, because they've been always left out from the negotiations from the beginning. It was Ministry of Agriculture, sorry, Ministry of Environment and Resources mostly. So we've been supporting Ministry of Agriculture representatives to gain experience in going to COPs and understanding the importance of agriculture and try to increase the importance of agriculture in negotiations. In addition to that, the third step is the capacity development. And to be able to, for example, once the project is finished, to be able to say, okay, we have left a capacity back in the country to develop and implement different CSA interventions on the ground. We've been supporting PhD students, master's students, and the policymakers at different ministerial levels on climate-smart agriculture. And we also developed training material for extension services and frontline agents, so we can actually also reach the farmers, not just leave all the interventions at the ministerial level, right? And the last step has been trying to bring all these things together. We have the evidence base, we have the policy support, and the capacity development. And we put all these together to help countries develop climate-smart agriculture strategic plans, as well as investment proposals to help them reach the financing opportunities that our colleague Estherine, right, mentioned earlier. Because as we said, okay, so we need different types of financing now. Climate smart agriculture touches many different sectors. I also need to underline here that when we say agriculture as part of CSA, it encompasses crops, livestock, fisheries, and forestry. So we need to have this evidence and be able to use it to access finance. And we've been helping governments to do that as well. So this is an approach. Just the last thing in closing I'd like to mention, obviously what I mentioned takes time, takes a lot of time. To be able to make that like less and more feasible for governments to understand what is climate smart agriculture, where and why. We're also collaborating with CCAFs in the development of a global CSA compendium. This basically consists of screening thousands of published literature to assess different field level interventions for their food security adaptation mitigation potential. And then that's going to allow us to have like a publicly available data platform where you can go and check for different agroecologies, different geographical regions, let's say agroforestry. Is agroforestry climate smart in this place? So you'll be able to do that very soon. Stay tuned. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I hate to shut off someone talking about agroforestry, but thank you very much, Aslihan. Great. Now, we did have a question that deserved an answer, and I'd like to refer the CSA question just before to Estherine and then Robert. Estherine first.
Thank you, Rich. I see the CSA issue is raising a lot of excitement and interest, and so be. Now, I just want to, and Jean-Pierre mentioned I didn't talk about Kadab, Malabo, and he was right, but I was trying to respond with my 7 minutes and talk about Paris. But just to say that while we are looking at Paris, the continent, I think, has been thinking forward. And I think we've made a real good progression from Kadab, that was signed in Maputo in 2003, to Malabo, that was signed last year in 2004, with clear targets on specific issues. And I want to just make reference to the target on resilience, because it's under that target that our work on climate smart agriculture is targeted and will be reported on there. One of the speakers mentioned about, all this research and no action on the ground. The CSA work that NEPAD is doing is clearly action-oriented. We have gotten into partnership with 5 international NGOs and local NGOs because of their presence, their footprint on the ground. The work they are already doing with African farmers and African civil society working with farmers to reach the target that the continent has set for itself, that's 25 million households by 2025. So it's a reality that is going to be measured, and I would like to say that we are building on all the current experiences that are there, working with CCAV and FAO to translate all these complicated tools to really simple practices that communities by themselves can use and interpret and get things going. The CSA work that NEPAD is leading and coordinating at the continental level is also being done at the regional level. So ECOWAS, for instance, have launched their CSA work. There's a CSA platform. And countries have, from their NIBes, developed specific programs on climate smart agriculture that will receive direct financing. So right now we have about 8 countries that have concrete programs developed from their national investment action plans on CSA. So a lot is happening. And one last point, Mr. Chair, I would just want to add to the FAO definition of CSA that in the context of Africa, the African continental CSA work, we have put at the center of the conversation of food security, resilience, and mitigation people. All these things we are doing, we want to see an increase in income and better livelihoods of African people. So whether it's adaptation or mitigation, we want to see increase in wealth for Africa. So in CSA work, people are at the center in terms of that concept in Africa. Thank you.
Great, excellent, excellent intervention there about the CSA work in Africa and the alliance. Robert, would you like to address the CSA question as well?
Absolutely. Juste pour renforcer ce
As to reinforce what Hestering said, as for smart climate smart agriculture, whatever it is, whether the national agricultural or regional agricultural plan, it was always criticized that the climate change dimension was never considered. We do agree on that, all agree on that. And with all these tools that were defined for the climate smart agriculture at the global level, the CNC Global Alliance, at the continental layer, at the NEPAD, or where the Africans, the CNC Alliance, and for the West Africa, the WAXA, West Africa Essence Alliance. We do have all the tools available as to provide that the climate changes is considered and the regional plan. We are going to implement what? This is a real question. It is necessary to have technologies, practices, as climate smart practices. But it's important to know what we are doing right there on site with the communities as to have a financiable positive solution. And this is what we are going to develop on site as to allow that there is an evidence, a scientific evidence of what is working where and how it is beneficial, thus implementing all the different plans.
Very good. Okay, now, forest of hands back there, and I suggest that each of us use discipline to take no more than 1 minute for your intervention. Otherwise, we will not be able to have all of our colleagues join in. So we'll have 1 minute interventions from all of the hands coming up, and then our panel will address those questions as we finish up the session. So if our microphones could go, and we can take this gentleman here. 1 minute. En minute. En minute.
Yes, 1 minute. Merci beaucoup. Moi, je voulais...
Thank you very much. I would like to relate what we heard this morning to what we heard this afternoon and what is happening to our countries. So we heard this morning that population is growing in a really incredible way. So we will have a growing demand for food. So we heard this after that we have to adapt it to climate change. So as you have proposed to adapt to climate change. And then what is happening in our countries. So each country says that there will be great growth in 2000 and X something. So I have the impression that I would like to apologize, but you're too optimistic. So because there are so many things that we have to deal with, but for example, in the local communities, we have to start with the priorities. It is we need food. Thank you very much. Yes, just 1 minute. 1 minute. So we have said that the two panels are linked, but we have a lesson we have to draw. And I am also trying to talk to researchers and politicians. For example, I believe that we have a long-standing, we have talked at length about programs and actions. We have not been able to for example, move the desert away from 1 or 2 kilometers, not because there are not the technologies to do so. Somebody said that, for example, Syrians are able to make desert green, so researchers have evidence, and policymakers have not adopted these measures. Thank you. So what surprises me is, for example, CSA. So it's 30 years that we have tried to manage the situation, but nothing has been said about the sun. With, for example, with LCDs, why have we not done this? So, for example, what are the techniques which have not been successful? We talk about a smart agriculture, but I'm from the old generation. I say that smart agriculture has been used for 30 years. For example, hundreds of billions have been invested on Mali. But I say that we see today, for example, we say that it is not possible anymore to have a kind of real framework, and we lost our achievements. We have to go back to the fundamentals. For example, politicians are actually emphasizing research, training, and democratization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, when I took the microphone at the beginning, I would like to thank the Sahel Club for this very interesting initiative. And this is another opportunity to exchange ideas on these themes and on very interesting subjects for West Africa and for Africa as a whole. I have one suggestion and some additional information, and I would like to ask for clarifications, but very quickly. The suggestion is for SECAV. So I believe that we have to avoid duplication. Agreement in its working program envisages the extension of the agri-meteorological project to all the Sahel countries. Of course, we have already started in Senegal, and you have to pool all your forces in order to avoid duplications, because this project is a real opportunity for Sahel. And then I would like to have more information for our friends from Niger. Perhaps I forgot one thing. So, for example, seasonal weather forecasts created by agreement have evolved, and now it is possible to have a monthly update. When you have an update in May, June, July, it's possible to update everything in advance to plan. So then in July, things have been corrected and the negative information became positive. And then I would like to have some clarification about what was said by our friend from the African Union. But the question is for everybody. For example, for COP21, who has the floor, the state or the organizations? I know that all the states have prepared something. I know that West Africa through CDA have taken their position for West Africa. The African Union is going to take a position for Africa as a whole. And who is going to be the real messenger of information for Africa?
C'est bon?
C'est bon.
Oui, oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. I would like just to add a small consideration, especially on transhumans. So I believe that this is an excessive idealization of this practice, and it seems that sometimes this is a naive concept because when we look at transhumance, we have to look at the political economy of transhumance. What are the interests? Transhumance creates situations where, for example, there is a failure of CDO not to be able to manage transhumance, and also the violence that takes place. Of course, we have to consider all these things. If we do not deal with all these related issues, we are not going to solve this problem. Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I was given the floor. Sorry. Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank the Sahel Club for having invited us. But I have some concerns on the SICA project and whether this has produced results in Senegal. But there was an extension project that we had developed, and this is the agriculture dissemination structure. But if we really wanted to guarantee food security in our countries, and if we want to promote production, we have to we need support. And counseling, for example, in Senegal, the advisory council has no longer any resources. And if I remember well, I was in the institution SICAV, and all the work that we did on the basis of the Agricultural Advisory Board, and we had tangible results. So, and also the link with pastoralism, I believe that you should work together with SICAV to have indicators about pastoralism. Now I am in the executive secretariat. We have to look at the management and the prevention of crisis, but the only issues are how to fine-tune indicators for pastoralism. Talking from the technical point of view, maybe there are experts in terms of security related to pastoralism, and I think that we should consider all these issues. And then as to the budgets, I say that each country should try to work out something to deal with climate change. And of course, we have to have synergies for all the climate change pillars. Thank you very much. Well, sorry, just 1 minute, 1 minute. I have not understood why we are afraid of saying that the production system in certain regions has actually gone down to history, such as family-based farms. This is a reality. Whatever you say, that this is based on this production system, and the whole strategy is to deal with this. So, for example, you experience on the basis of multidimensional, multifunctional, family-based business. It is the family that counts. It is at the heart of all the issues. Of course, we're going to multiply the projects, and then when projects end, we go back to square one. For example, if we look at the region or the government of the African Union, we have to become convinced that development is the domestic responsibility of the countries. We cannot think that COP21 is going to give us development. In order to deal with these issues, we have to deal with our own issues instead of imitating others. Mr. Moderator, it's very important to start from here, because you know that we have wealth in Africa, as of how to mutualize this wealth and deal with our own problems. This is the real challenge of the African Union. It's not to go to Paris. We have to settle our issues. Thank you.
See, very, very good, very good. And unfortunately, this will be our last intervention because I want to give our panel a chance to address the issues. So, en minute.
Très bien, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Just 1 minute. Nodel Batakas, ministère de l'Agriculture du Togo. I would like to just go back to what have been said. As for Togo, everything that has been said, these are activities that we done. It is important to underline it once more. Things are not considered, but as ce qu'il a été fait, il faut le considérer. C'est là le problème. It is here the issue. If you find anything, it has been tested, has been verified. There are many innovations enforced. There are many initiatives that are not considered. It is necessary to have resources to support, as to allow people to do better what they do. This morning we asked, when we have so many information on the opportunities on the market and the private market, they are not there. Many people are here. When you are in front or in a banker and you just says, the banker just says there are many risks. When you have to transform it, there are risky. When you have to just fish, you go fishing, they're risky. These are all issues. There's a tool that the African Union provides that former the RSA. This is a tool available as to manage the risk. There's initiatives. There are many initiatives existing and everything that to be shared as to grant financing, for example, at the agricultural level. Be more concrete, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid that we are out of time, and for the many additional interventions that we wish we could have, I would refer us to tomorrow when we can carry on some of these discussions. I'm sure they will link into tomorrow's as well. Now, at this point, we have just a few moments left before the end of the hour when we have to vacate the room. But I would like each of our panel members to take the option of addressing the questions that were most directed towards their subject matter. And so I will ask Robert to begin the process, and then we'll go down the table with 2 minutes maximum per respondent. Okay, Robert.
Merci beaucoup.
I'm very happy to see whether there are many reactions as for agriculture and climate and smart agriculture. As new approach is not a technology in itself, it's a new approach asking for behavioral changes and not the enforcement of whatever of the management technique of the soil fertility. It's a real approach, and in that direction there it is to applies to technologies of politics and institutions. What you are telling me, it is the beginning of the behavioral change, as it proves there's a following up for such a dimension of climate changes. Thus, the many suggestions, as the lady suggested, this is important. The reinforcement of capacity, the development of expertise and competence. These are actions that the SECAF program as a research project includes. It's not a development, it's a research project. We just launched pilot programs as to follow up the partner and the project at the regional and national level as to effectively enforce the many different planned actions. Possibly. As to answer the question, who is going to speak at COP21? these are the negotiating parties. That is to say, the countries negotiating at COP91. The negotiators are there's the African group, and I think that the Estering will add on. As for the sous-regions, le CILS, le CEDEAO, l'EMO, and la BRD just share the plan as for COP21, and there's the reinforcement of the capacity of the negotiators, and as to allow them to be at COP21 with information updated. On that, we'll have a common position there with the 4 institutions, and we will have an événement additionnel, a side event, and we'll discuss all these issues, and we prove the experience of all the institutions on the subject.
I think Africa has to be in Paris because we are part of the international community. And the issues that they are going to be discussing in Paris is global, so it impacts on us as a continent. So we have to be there. Paris, the outcome of Paris is also going to determine long-term international cooperation, whether bilateral or multilateral. So it is in our interest as a continent, just from a political realism point of view, to be part of the negotiation and make sure that your voice is heard and your messages are captured in the outcome of the negotiation. So we have to be there. That's non-negotiable. 2, in terms of ending hunger, the Malabo Declaration has a target on zero hunger. I believe that the CSA activities and actions for communities is even more important for those communities that we say are hungry, because this is where the impact of climate change in terms of land degradation is mostly felt. So it is important that those people who are hungry are empowered and capacitated through technologies, through policy support, through participatory actions, so that they can be able to get out from that poverty trap. So it is important that those are the communities that we are addressing. Lastly, on the fund, yes, we have the Green Climate Fund, but Africa is also looking at its own climate fund. So in NEPAD already, we have a climate fund that have already supported 12 member states in doing issues relating to policy coherence and actions on the ground regarding adaptation measures. So we are looking at upscaling this fund, increasing its capitalization so that we can support more countries in implementing practical actions on the ground. So thank you.
Okay. And the last word from Carlo on the science of climate change.
Well, 3 points, really. The first one is about climate-smart agriculture. I think we heard this word a lot this afternoon. And if I can pick up this word, then I would like to reflect on this word. And I think we should move from climate-smart agriculture towards climate-smart society, because the impact on food security won't be only an impact on food production itself, will be an impact on the entire system. So I think we should think more broadly. The second point, it was an attempt to answer a question about climate change attribution somehow. We can attribute some of the event to climate change. It's done probabilistically. We can't on some others, but in general there is a new science that we are developing, and we are becoming able to attribute specific events in a statistical sense to climate change. Which brings me to the third point, and which was about the anomaly of this rainy season in the Sahel. So we are seeing a very strange season this year. We're also seeing the strongest El Niño since 1998, probably the strongest ever. This is very exciting from a climate point of view, and we are seeing things that we were not necessarily expecting. But you have to keep in mind that the way in which we make this prediction is probabilistic in nature. And although there was a raised probability, a higher probability of below average precipitation, it was impossible to rule out a longer and wetter season than than usual. So I just want to say that of all sectors, weather prediction is the only sector that has improved prediction over the last century. So there is some hope there.
The only sector that has improved, I see. Well, I'd like now to ask Mr. Alkan for his final thoughts on this afternoon.
Merci beaucoup. Denis. As for, I mean, we are speaking about the Africans that just gave us the opinions. I just want to thank the Rasset. The fact that we have been speaking for 20 years for that struggles in the field, but it's always the same subject, but in the last 20 years we made a leap forward, but we can even progress furtherward. However, as for not considering the climate changes, not considering the consistent demographic development, it is an important factor we consider. This is very important to consider, and it is a change in terms of behavior that has to be in progress. The other thing to mention is that when we speak about value chain, which agricultural model we consider? I will change the agricultural model. The value chain does not change the agricultural model or the farming model. We are always considering a family-based farming system, but a more professional farmer accessing new seeds at a very convenient price, which can access pesticides which are suitable for his agriculture and being professional himself more than before. What is more, the farmers can change the process its production close to its location, and what is more, it can also decide where to provide products with a better quality, with a higher nutritional qualities, and with reduction of losses. It is not a change of a cultural model, but it's a change to the market access. Thank you.
Very good, very good. And for the last word this afternoon, our pastoralist specialist, Ibra Touré, wanted to address a couple of questions regarding transhumance.
Okay.
En minute.
Thank you. C'est vrai que c'est difficile, hein?
Very difficult, however. Two questions on the conflicts. As the conflict is based, is important for a movement, for a step forward. But however, it is important, the origin of the conflicts that are all linked to the missing information, as for the welcoming countries, or the non-information on the rules, as a mechanism considered in many countries based on conflicts between farmers and breeders, as even though the situation is difficult, as for pastoralism and transhumance, and the armed conflicts, these are cliché. We have to consider everything, an economy behind. There's a society and integration, and the regional integration, which is not considered and not known. There are many projects enforced at this level as to better understand through a series of different programs. And these knowledges and this expertise in future as well will be discussed on the occasion of the forum, scientific forum and debate. But I think that will just will pay a good contribution to the information and to the knowledge in the subject as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think it was really noteworthy that we ended the afternoon on the subject of pastoralism, because I think most of us would agree that pastoralists are often the most forgotten, most misunderstood part of the economy of the drylands. Now, I'm going to spare you the tedious chairman's summary remarks this afternoon because we can, I think, all take home many messages from today, and we must vacate the room, so I won't take up any more of your time. But I would like you to put your hands together to join me in congratulating the speakers who have stimulated the debate this afternoon, and give them a big thanks. And once again, thank you to Club du Sahel for a great performance in organizing this session. And now I hope that you will all relax as I intend to do. Hey, this was hard work, Franklin, chairing this session. I'm going to relax this afternoon and see a little of the expo. What do you say? Thank you very much.
Alors j'en profite pour vous dire, donc certains d'entre vous se sont inscrits à des visites de pavillons. Donc ceux
Whoever just signed for the pavilion, any visit will be at 5:30. We will just pick you up at the beginning of the entrance of the room. Second, some among us, there is the bus to take back to the hotel. The first one. Leaving at 5:30, I think. 5 o'clock from here. As you have to look for the bus. And we just take it where we leave it. And the second bus will leave at 7:30, where we just take it, but just be there. It is not close to here, so pay attention and take your time to get there. Thank you.
Donc ne ratez pas les bus. Merci de laisser également les casques audio sur vos sièges ou à l'entrée. Merci de laisser les casques audio sur vos sièges ou à l'entrée avant de quitter la salle. Parfait, merci monsieur.
je l'ai